Welcome to SKOPE Classic 2025 for Sunday. We're just standing here just before the event starts. Mark, tell us who's behind us.
This is our amazing team of volunteers. We literally couldn't run an event without their support, so a big shout out to our volunteers.
And guys, give us a big cheer for the day. Woo! All right, enjoy the live stream. We're going to be live all day. We're going to show all of the racing. It's going to be a great day.
are back after lunch, and the boys are going to be a little while cleaning up that oil out there. But I've got a man here who's actually quite used to being on the other side of the camera. Gordon, how are you, mate?
G'day, buddy. How are you?
Exceptionally well. How are you finding the SKOPE?
Oh, third year SKOPE, just having a wonderful time. Awesome people, beautifully run event, cars going great, so I'm having a ball.
You happy with the car and everything? It's all going good? You've got a big smile on your face, so that's got to mean something.
Yeah, I'm always smiling, mate. You get to my age and you're still above ground, you've got to be smiling.
Exactly right. Every morning if you're up and about, you're away, aren't you? Yeah. Well, good luck, and thanks very much for coming down all the way from the North Island to enjoy our southern hospitality right here at the SKOPE Classic at the Euromarque Motorsport Park. Just having a look around. Oh, we better go and see Soren Stewart in this beautiful, beautiful Mercedes. How are we doing today, Soren?
Doing great, thanks.
Everything under control?
Oh yeah, love motorsport, right?
Yeah, you're dead right, isn't it? And what a great place to come and do it.
Absolutely, best track in the country.
Thank you very much indeed. The car's going all right and you're quite happy with everything?
Yeah, you know, it's going today.
That's good. And it was going yesterday, so we're doing okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Good luck. It just shows you we've got such a huge range of different vehicles, like from an A40 Farina to the little Toyota over there, to the BMW, the Mercedes, a Lancer. Behind that we've got another Toyota. There's BMWs for miles, it's all you can see. It's just incredible to see. And as we talked to this young man yesterday in the Fordina, it's a replica of Dad's one, or Grandpa's one I should say, and they put it all back together again, so it's really great to see that here. Well, I hope that this afternoon's racing was as good as this morning's, because this morning was absolutely brilliant. So if you're just joining us on stream, live on stream, we did have some good racing, and we are going to have a whole lot more for you this afternoon. So I'll pass you back up to the boys in the Dave Cook commentary tower, and we'll see you again soon. From big cars to little cars, and they don't get much smaller than this, but if you have a look at it, it's an incredible piece of work. The little Fiat 500. Now look, tell us a little bit about this incredible machine.
It's been around for a long time. It used to race in the late 70s and 80s with a rotary in it. It was made then to go and do the land speed record. They couldn't quite get it going good, so it sort of ended up staying here. Since then I've ended up buying it and come and do these sort of things and hill climbs and street sprints and have a bit of fun in it.
You certainly have some fun, and it just looks absolutely incredible. How much work is involved in keeping it running?
It's not too bad, to be fair. It's just little things that go wrong. Obviously with the motorbike engine, we're not really motorbike mechanics, so we chase the odd thing. This weekend we've had a fuel pressure problem, so it's been missing out of corners and stuff, which we've rectified. So hopefully this one we'll see how it goes.
Well, that's fantastic. Just have a look at this little dear wee car. I'll just close the door up there. It's even got the old back opening doors. So, you know, this is just the sort of thing that we have at the SKOPE. And every year these guys come out and they bring these incredible motor cars out for you to enjoy. Won't be too far away now, and we'll be underway with the racing. I think they're just having a bit of a problem out on the circuit with a bit of oil that was spilled, and then they'll be fine. So we'll just wander down here. There's another little Fiat here. This one is a little Uno Abarth. Hello, young man. How are you?
How you doing, Philip?
Good.
Yeah, mate.
The car okay?
Yeah, we're getting there. Yeah.
You mean you're getting there? What's happened?
Oh, we've always had teething issues with this thing, but hopefully we're on the straight and narrow. Yeah.
And you seem to, it really, really looks the part. It is, you've built it as the genuine article.
Yeah, no, got there in the end. Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah.
How many years has it taken you?
Probably 6 and been racing for 3. Yeah.
Well, well done, and welcome to the SKOPE Classic, and it really is a credit to you as well.
Yeah.
Moving down a little bit further down, let's have a look at a BMW 325i. How are we going?
Yeah, good, thanks.
Happy with the car? Happy with the track?
I'm happy with the track, but not so much the car. But a bit twitchy, but yeah, it's all good.
What's the matter with the car?
I'm just locking up on brakes.
Ah, right. Okay, well that can be a bit of a problem, of course, out there, particularly out there.
Oh, yes.
But you enjoy the SKOPE Classic, though?
Yes, I enjoy the SKOPE Classic.
This is your first one, or you've been here a couple of times?
This is my third one.
Beautiful. Well, it's really good to see you back again, and we hope you enjoy it, and I hope you get your little problems sorted out.
Yep.
Have a good race. So it's just a very friendly atmosphere here at the SKOPE, and we'll just have a wander out here. What did you say? Did you say that nasty word rain?
Sorry, I think I said it just might rain. I was asking if we've got the wet tyres in case it rains.
No, we don't have any rain today. That's been cancelled. We've already organised that.
Oh, that's a promise, is it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, well done. Thank you very much.
We can arrange just about anything here. And how are you enjoying the SKOPE?
I love it. We come every year, and it's fantastic. It's definitely the best historic meeting that I go to anyway in New Zealand. And we come especially to do it, so it's fantastic. Love it.
Very pleased to hear it. Enjoy it. And I'll tell you what, it won't rain. It'll rain on the way home. There you go. How's that? So there's a BMW, a Nissan Primera, a slightly different little Primera to the one that Kane Scott has been driving. We'll just poke our heads in there if we may. How's everything going?
Going pretty good so far. Thanks.
Yeah. Happy with the car?
Yep, holding together.
That's excellent stuff. And you're enjoying the SKOPE, the atmosphere and the camaraderie of all the other competitors?
It's a fantastic event. Good to be here.
Good. How many times have you been?
First year.
This is your first year. Well, welcome. And I know you'll be welcome back again. Your car looks fabulous. You're looking all right as well. You're not too stressed about the whole thing?
No, it's pretty relaxed. Everyone's behaving themselves. It's good.
Good on you. Thanks very much indeed. Congratulations. So, you see, first year people arriving here at the SKOPE as well, and they are enjoying themselves along with the people that have been here many, many times before. A very big field of cars, which won't be too far from getting underway. It's just that there was some oil spilt at the lunchtime break, and it's going to take a little bit of time to get that cleared up out there and make it safe for everyone to go out and go racing. Now, this is an interesting vehicle as well. It's a nice little Porsche. How are we doing?
Yeah, good today, thanks, mate.
Have you found you're finding the car and the track to your liking?
Yep, it's nice and balanced. They always are. So yeah, just out here having fun.
And how many times have you been to the SKOPE?
Third time.
Well, you've become a regular. There you go. That's excellent. Well done. Have a good race. So there are 3 times to the SKOPE. Well, we're not going to be too far away. The Euromarque guys down at Euromarque have got to put on a car display down here by the pit road. Go down and have a look at that, and I know there's got a couple around here and there everywhere as well. But Euromarque Motorsport Park, great people to go and deal with, and I'm sure if you go down and see them, they'll definitely look after you. In the meantime, we might go upstairs and see if the boys in the Dave Cook commentary box are just about ready for us. I see the vehicles running around on the track, people looking at their watches, so it can't be too far from getting underway for another afternoon of fabulous motor racing for the 2025 SKOPE Classic right here at Euromarque Motorsport Park, Ruapuna. the only place to race.
Motorsport Park and the Rutherford Saloons Race 4 for the category, which will be conducted over 6 laps with a staggered handicap start. So, should be fun and games for the afternoon. Nathan, we will have lots of cars all over the track, all out of place, and hopefully plenty of action.
Absolutely, and if everyone's together at the end, then the handicappers have done their job.
They've done a good job, exactly, exactly. The goal of the handicapper is for everyone to arrive on the finish line all at the same time.
So it looks like we've got 4 groups and 55 seconds from the first of our flag drops to the last group of cars to go.
So the quick guys off the back, that's Chris Childs in the M3, who has certainly shown himself to be pretty quick out here today. Jonathan Phillips in that very unique-looking BMW CSI. David Stone as well in the RS Cosworth.
On the first turn away, Hayden, a couple of very different cars. You've got the Walker Lancia Monte Carlo and the Paul Unipark Honda Civic, of course, which is very famous here in the Shell Sport days.
Possibly the first time that a Lancia and a Civic have ever drag raced off the front of a grid here at Ruapuna. So put that down in your notebooks. The next batch are off, so included, and that is Ethan Constable in the Starlet, Ashland White in the E30 Beamer, Soren Stewart in the 190E, Lee Crew in the Bambina. Good leg, Graham Menzies, Alex McCaskill. The next group are off.
There we got Brent Finlay in the Datsun 1200 Coupe, Tom Collins, the Fordina A40 Farina, Chris Stevens in the Nissan Sentra GT, Phil Redmond and his Porsche 944, Tim McCulloch in the Ford Anglia, as well as Hamish Robson and Kevin Jones. And the last group are away as well, and already down towards Abbott Insurance for their first turn.
So we have cleared the grid. The tail of the field, Jonathan Phillips has a 1 minute and 4 second disadvantage on the front pack. So there's plenty of work to do for the chasing pack as the gaggle of midfield make their way around Euromarque hairpin, and that concrete dust on the oil slick is going to make racing this afternoon somewhat interesting.
Adds a little element, doesn't it?
That's right. Just one more thing to consider. The beautiful looking Lancia Monte Carlo, Ken Walkerton, comes across to tick lap 1 off.
Got that Toyota Starlet there, Ethan Constable. He's just about to be rounded up by Lee Crew in the Fiat Bambina. Very makeshift car, you have to say.
That's right.
It's got a whole lot of different bits. It's got I did see it's got a Triumph front end in it with a Suzuki engine and a chain driven. And the
Possibly the only thing that's Fiat left is just the body shape on it. As you mentioned before, a number of these cars are holdovers from the old Shell Sport days. The 1200 Datsuns in the field, the Starlets. Very, very competitive category back in the day. Great to see those cars back out here this weekend. There is a lot of concrete dust over there, isn't there? These guys have the unfortunate job of being road sweepers for the first race after the clean-up.
And it's worse coming through the Heasley Euromarque of all places.
That's right.
Right on the inside racing line there. Oh, looks like a penalty here for Chris Giles.
It's not Chris Giles' first penalty for the day. So he's either started out of order or jumped the start on the flag drop.
How cool is the little Honda Civic there, Paul Goodwin?
Yes,
the
yeah.
Unipass.
It's not often that you see, harking back to the Shell Sport days. These days, you do not see the Libre 1 Honda Civics cruising around the track.
And it's got a little bit of an aero package on it.
I saw that, exactly.
How about this 4 wide down the front straight? A couple of BMWs, the Fiat Uno Turbo. How many Fiat Uno Turbos do you see at a racetrack? I love it every time I see Hamish Robertson and that Fiat Uno Turbo. It's just a little boxy car. It just looks like a ball of fun.
Yeah, agreed.
And look at that under brakes. He's closing it right up under the Porsche there, the 944 of Phil Redmond. It's certainly fighting in amongst here.
It is.
This, as you say, this midfield pack is just.
I've got one eye on Tom Collins, who's going to try to drive around the outside of Euromarque in the Fordina, the A40 Farina.
He's going to round up Graham Menzies here too, potentially.
He is. He fires it in deep into Fulton Hogan, makes it stick.
Just, as I said to Lindsay, just the shape of it is so unique because you've got the rounded shape of the A40.
Yes.
And then you've got the flat nose at the front for the aerodynamic part of it, for the engine bay, but it doesn't have the flowing curve that you see across most other cars.
You're completely right. It's almost like someone's taken a gas axe, which is exactly what they've done, to two cars and welded them together. Pretty effective motor car.
Well, we're going 3 wide. Brent Finlay, he's in the middle of that sandwich.
Oh, he's managed to. Yeah, that's a nice move around the outside. The one of the X19s is up the inside as well, and they'll go 3 and 4 wide down the straight. Finlay in the middle.
So that's Dale Chapman. Of course, Dale's car didn't finish yesterday afternoon, so we saw Debbie and Dennis racing earlier. But
so Debbie was in the fence at race 3, so I haven't seen Debbie back out again for this one.
So Dale was in Dennis's car this time around, having a wee walk.
And I think it is only Dale that's out there this time. So we've gone from three X19s down to 1. Braking is a lottery into Euromarque.
Stay off the concrete dust.
The leader of our field is still Ken Walkerton in the Lancia. Paul Goodwin maintains his second.
I was going to say Paul Goodwin has actually closed that gap up because Ken Walkerton had actually managed to pull quite a gap in the first few laps. What are we coming up to the end of lap number 4? So only a couple to go to get to home, and just trying to pick out our crew that started towards the back. The BMW M3 of Chris Childs is just tucked in behind Hamish Robinson. So he sort of worked his way up just outside the 10 with a lap and a half to go. And it's all on the front here. Look at this.
Oh, the Civics up the inside. Paul Goodwin with a great run on the Lancia out of CMG Sweeper. Oh, that's an interesting gear change from Liam McMahon in the 325i. See, it's the limiter going across the start-finish line.
It sounded like quite a clutch drop. It was like, oh, there's the gear.
Yeah, found one.
Yeah.
Not sure that it was the right one, but he found one. So Liam McMahon is closing in on these on this front pier.
Yeah, he could steal the victory here, Hayden.
He could actually. I'm just looking at the lap times, and obviously there's some back in the pack that are battling with traffic. Dale Chapman's making some pretty good progress.
So
right behind the A40.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they're doing pretty well.
Oh, I've put the mockers on. There's the commentator's curse for Hamish Robinson.
Oh no.
The turbo's gone turboless. I think he's just found a gear and got going again. He's dropped well back. And just like that, Liam McMahon through to the front. in the BMW 325i. I mean, if you look at the times, you're doing 10 to 12 seconds a lap quicker.
Yep.
Than
He's
the,
doing 140s.
leaders.
He was fastest on the track last time around, so he's either tricked the handicappers nicely into an advantageous starting spot.
Sandbagging,
and he could exactly, and he could run away with this one unless a couple of these guys at the back of the field make their way through the traffic fast.
Well, they've only got one lap to do it because last lap borders out.
Here comes the Porsche of Phil Redmond.
Here comes Dale Chapman. He's now gone quickest to 1:38.
Okay, so Dale Chapman is 4.5 seconds back from Liam McMahon, and his last lap was 3.5 seconds faster. So if he can clear the traffic, and he's got to get past Phil Redmond before he does that.
Yeah, and to be fair, Phil Redmond's not going to make it easy on him.
We'll watch the Arbath on the Porsche going into the Euromarque hairpin. It could be sketchy in that there's probably only one line into that hairpin right now. The Porsche goes deep, very, very deep. The little Arbath tries to dive up the inside. It's a bit more nimble and good exit speed as well. That's Dale Chapman up into second. Although Phil Redmond's not going to give it up without a fight.
He managed to clear him now, hasn't he?
Yeah, I think we might be running out of real estate for Dale to reel in Liam McMahon at the front of the pack. Great battle pack back behind them though.
Yeah, Alex McCaskill is fighting in there with Tom Collins. They're having a good little battle, and Chris Charles has managed to work his way to third, although again he has got that time penalty looming over him.
True.
So that will alter his race result.
That Corolla of McCaskill's is an ex-Shellsport car as well, isn't it? It certainly looks like it.
Yeah. It has a bit of an additional rear wing to it.
Yes.
And look at this to the line. Liam McMahon is going to just hold on from Dale Chapman. That's a spirited drive from Dale Chapman at 1:37.2. So he was hunting.
Nice finish in the end from the leading pair. Phil Redmond brings the Porsche home in third, ahead of Chris Childs with a time penalty pending. Tom Collins in the Fordina. Chris Stevens, Alex McCaskill, Brett Finlay, David Stone, Ken Walker, and rounds out our top 10 with another good race for the Ron Rutherford Saloons.
And I think that's the last time we'll see them
I
this
think they
weekend.
can put them on the trailer.
Yeah.
Although there are a few of these cars that are cross-entered, so we may see some of the entrants and certainly some of the drivers again for the afternoon.
Well, we've still got the Robertson Stewart GP Invitational coming up soon, so
True.
might see one or two of them out there. But yeah, fantastic weekend of racing. 4 in the books for our Ron Rutherford Saloons. Job well done for them. They can go and have a couple of quiet lemonades.
Exactly. Go and sit down, have a cup of tea, discuss all the things that they thought they were going to do and all the things that actually happened out there on the track.
And all the things that didn't happen that they'll do next time.
Exactly. Game plan for next year. Absolutely. So next on the track will be the Historic Sports Sedans for their final outing of the weekend, a 6-lap rolling start. These guys have been an absolute highlight of the weekend, so we look forward to seeing them again out on track very shortly.
In the meantime, we'll head down to the pit side and catch up with Dave Gow. Well, Hayden, we'll carry on with historic sports sedans, shall we?
Brilliant. And another handicap on the cards. 4 different handicapped ranges from Neville Agas in the Chevy. No, in fact, no, from Bruce Goodwin in the Zephyr. Where is Neville Agas?
Yeah, he's in the pit lane. He's going to start pit lane.
He'll start pit lane again with Steve Ross in PDL1, which is excellent. So and good to not good to see. So Lawrence Nola is missing in the Brennan Camaro, unfortunately, after that race 3 incident, race ending incident at the at Abbott and the turn 1.
So it looks like we're going to have 3 cars on this one at the start. So away goes Bruce Goodwin in the Mark III Ford Zephyr. Daryl Kite in the Morris Marina. 2, in fact, not 3.
So the next group will include, that's 17, which is Peter Hooper in the Starlet. 40 is Rod Grimwood in the Viva. 52 people on field in the Series 1 RX-7, and alongside him is Shane Barnes in the Mark 1 Capri. Those 4 are off and racing. Keep an eye on Shane Barnes in the Capri, who's just made an absolute flyer, driving her straight up the inside. And he will set off in chase of our leading pair, who are already at the Euromarque hairpin.
Next group away will be Jason Froome in the Chrysler Valiant Charger, David Berry in the HQ Holden, and Tony Mann in the Vauxhall Victor.
Graham Barnes in the Capri was slow to get away, whether he realised that he was supposed to be in that group or not.
Next group away, Dennis Running in the Mazda RX-8, ex-Karen Willis car. John Telford, the RX-7 S1 Mazda. Gordon Burr, the Holden Monaro.
So that 69 Series 1 RX-7, is that the Ralph Mossman sports sedan from up north? It certainly looks like it. I may have to go and check it out. A fearsomely quick car. I'm not even sure if it was out here, if it was on track in race 3 earlier, but it has been in the past here to Rabuna, and has dominated categories when it has come down and raced with the Oscar boys. That RX-7 is one to watch.
And Steve Ross and Neville Agas away down at Euromarque. So the PDL1 and of course the Chevy Nova. Now,
so it's a 1 minute 30 handicap for Steve Ross. 6 laps, 90 seconds. He's got to close 15 seconds a lap, including the likes of, say, Shane Barnes, who's hot in pursuit of the lead pair. So we'll just keep an eye on those lap times. We'll keep an eye on the gaps as they circulate. Jason Froome will be another one to watch in the Charger. Tony Mann in the ex-Don Elvey Vauxhall Victor.
Is it? That's not the Cardinal livery. Vauxhall, is it?
No. So the Cardinal one was, my recollection, and Lindsay's just left the room. So now, so my understanding is that the Cardinal labelling was on a V6 Capri.
The V6
which is the one that, dredging back in my memory, that Mike Fitzgerald ran for a period of time, and prior to him, that's where I need Lindsay, because Mike Fitzgerald in the 80s is about where my memory ends on that car. But yes, the V6 thing, I'm sure that was the Cardinal livery. We will.
Not good on the fly there, Hayden. That was well done. I threw you under the bus there a wee bit, didn't I?
I've been throwing Lindsay under the bus all weekend. So no, I had that coming. Thanks, Nate.
That's all good, mate. No problem at all.
We will get there. We'll get there. So we turn our attention back to the track, and the fastest on that flying lap was John Telford in the red Series 1 RX-7. who is flying through from the tail of the field. He's already got a break on the Aztec RX-8 of Dennis running, and back behind them, Gordon Burr and the Monaro.
So just looking for Steve Ross. He's already picked up Lynn Hatton in the Chevrolet Camaro.
John Telford with a 1:38.4 that time around. Now 43 seconds behind the lead with 4 to go. So he is right on target to reach that front pack on the final lap, which is the way it should work. Steve Ross at 1:35.4, fastest out there.
So just looking here at Near Vegas coming through in the Nova. Now that car's had quite a lot of history, Hayden, in Pre-65. There's the Gareth Hall Nova.
Right, yes, yeah.
So I was popped down earlier.
That takes me 20 years ago.
Yeah. So 12 years for an engine. How about that?
Oh my goodness.
12. It's been 12 years for that engine to come back, and he only got it back a month ago. So it's in the last month. Gareth Hall has been working feverishly.
Oh, is Gareth still involved with the car?
Yes.
Fantastic.
Yep. He's still involved. He's down there at the moment working on
right?
it. Yeah.
Brilliant.
And yeah, they were going through it. It's not quite 100%, but great to see it out there. That is a cool car when I think of Pre-65 cars within that range.
Yep, that Chevy Nova is phenomenal.
I mean, you put it right up there with the Roy McDonald fastback Mustang.
Yes.
Another one in that one was Tony Jeff's Galaxy.
Galaxy.
Yeah. And we've had Tony's Galaxy out here previously.
Right. And it's still running? Yes.
I don't know whether it's running right now, but it has been out here in the near recent last few years.
Right. Yes.
But another one of those cars, and great to see Near Vegas having a run out there, whether the car's on top or not, and running. It's great to see.
Yeah, it is. It is. It's such a fantastic example, and amazing to see the Chevy Nova out on track, circulating pretty quickly, considering it's doing 140s. So that's a quick Pre-65 car.
Absolutely.
It's a very quick Pre-65.
So Bruce Goodwin in the Mark III Ford Zephyr. Of course, looking there, he's out of Kim Bolton in the North Island. So another one who's made the trip down south for the weekend. And so far, so good. He seems to be holding strong here. Of course, he runs in the historic open saloon cars up in the North Island. And they did come down a few scopes ago. And there goes Shane Barnes in the Mark I Capri, just picking up second there.
Yeah, Shane Barnes will be on Bruce's tail in no time at all. The rest of the chasing pack, there's Tony Mann in the Vauxhall Victor, who's managed to clear a lot of the traffic. He's dragging Jason Froome with him, and there's John Telford.
That's a cool car, isn't it? Gordon Burr, that Holden Monaro.
Yes, it is. It sounds fantastic.
Yeah.
It sounds absolutely fantastic out on the track.
Steve Ross there, he's parked under the rear wing of one of those, I think that's Graham Barnes' Ford Capri. So
yeah, Barnes had the issue off the start line, so Steve should clear him into Euromarque this time around. Steve Ross has had a good weekend. He's executed really well on his racecraft in both PDL1 and in his Quicksilver Formula 5000. So he'll be looking to try to clear this traffic as quickly as possible. We're down to a lap and a half to go as the leaders now come through the S's, and Shane Barnes does assume that lead position in the Capri. 52 is Pete Blomfeld, who's also coming through the pack pretty quickly. Tony Mann, Jason Froome, John Telford. John Telford's actually got Dennis running right on the back of him after after he managed to gap him a little, so it'll be interesting to watch the progress of those two.
Oh, Neville Agas is in the pits. That's the Nova done and dusted.
That is another strike against you, Nathan.
Yes. Yes, I'm on a roll. I think I might not come back. Got the commentator's curse well and truly out.
Yeah, there'll be a petition for you not to talk about any cars for the rest of the day.
Well, they'll have to wait because that petition will not stand. Last lap borders out.
Yeah, I can't see anyone catching Shane Barnes here.
No.
I think the closest threat to him is possibly Rod Grimwood or Tony Mann in the two Vauxhalls, or John Telford behind them. But
Peter Hooper is there in the Toyota Starlet. He's moved up a couple of spots.
Yes.
But I just don't quite think it'll have the legs on the Ford Capri.
Yeah, nice move there by Pete Blumfeld in the RX-7 up the inside at the entry to Fulton Hogan. Deceptively tight corner that right-hander into Fulton Hogan. It looks like it should flow, and it really doesn't.
It tightens up.
It's a heavy braking part of the track. It really shouldn't be, but it's a tricky one. The ability or the potential to understeer off and end up on the grass on the other side is very real.
We've seen it far too many times, and we'll continue to see it here as Shane Barnes clears the final corner, puts the pedal to the metal, and victory here for Shane Barnes. It's the historic sports sedans is what they run up in the North Island, so great to have those guys here, and fast finishing.
Yeah, so Pete Hooper in the Starlet did hold on for second. Pete Blumfeld in the RX-7 was third. Tony Mann just holding off John Telford. And then Rod Grimwood, Dennis Running, Bruce Goodwin. Steve Ross dropped back on that last lap, could only make it up to 11th. So there's plenty of traffic for Steve to deal with from the back of the grid, and the handicapping was too much for him. But another good race. Shane Barnes will be happy with that result. Nice and clean from everyone, from all concerned.
Yep, put it up on the trailer and...
That's right. Oh, probably drive it down to levels.
Oh yeah, true. Well, yes. if they're running,
there'll certainly be some that will that'll make the trip down south next weekend.
Yes.
A great road trip for a lot of these classics and historics.
Yeah, it's quite the month of February for classics. It's here, then it's Timaru, then it's Invercargill.
Yeah.
And then throw in the George Big Festival later on.
And three great tracks, and three tracks that are quite different. Quite different. You know, the speed at Tiratonga is just insane.
Yeah, well, you got the front straight that's longer than airfield runways.
Exactly. It is so the flowing nature of the lefts and rights at Tiratonga across the back of the track is a real fun experience. But then you've got Timaru that has the 50-50 design, where you're 50% flat throttle, and then you're 50% just wrestling the car from left to right to left to right.
Yeah.
And then almost the hybrid nature of Ruapuna here, where I'll tell you, I've got no idea if this supercars thing comes off or not, but it would be a fascinating thing to see a grid of 20 or 30 supercars on this track.
Yeah.
The viewing would be incredible. The sound would be phenomenal.
And I mean, you see the whole track.
That's it.
That's the beauty, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Well, that wraps it up for our historic sports sedans. Rolling out next, Harold Heasley Saloons for their fourth race of the weekend. That's a 6-lap handicap. Rolling out right now.
We may have Dave Gower down there to have a chat to someone, or we'll be back shortly with the racing.
Home point updated. Approached edge of altitude zone. Stop. Home point updated.
Nathan, 32 races down, we've still got another 8 to go. So it's gone pretty quickly, and the weather may be starting to close in on us now. We have looked at the forecast, nothing seems to be predicted, but it's Christchurch, it's SKOPE, you never know what can happen.
Well, that's it, Josh. You never know. The SKOPE Classic throws anything and everything, and so far, touch wood, we are good with weather. A little gloomy in the skies, but hey, that's not going to stop our racing action here. So missing a couple of cars as we get into the afternoon. It starts to see the trend of cars not on the grid. So we've got 5 handicaps. First group away at 0, the last group away looking about 70 seconds. So we'll see. No one's on the first flag drop.
No.
The front row is gone, and not gone as in racing, but gone as in not out there. So this will be Alan Taylor and Dennis Christian. Gerald Hargraves.
Now here's the concern. How's this going to play? Oh, they've gone. So I don't know whether this was talked to them beforehand.
Well, this is the second.
So they've already gone before. Okay, so that's good.
Yep. So they're on.
So they're all clear. I was going to say if this wasn't talked about beforehand with the front row being missing, they may have all gone on the wrong grid drop there.
Well, they
don't want that.
They count the flag drops, I'm sure of it. The drivers will sit there and go, oh, that's the first lot of red lights.
Yep.
Oh, here comes the third lot of lights. So next group away.
Yeah, we were just looking at it before. Hayden did mention it. Jeff Judd, a 72nd handicap, whereas the likes of Steve Pauling only at 60 seconds, so he's got a 10-second disadvantage. And you'd have to say, Nathan, that could be a bit race deciding there.
Well, Jeff Judd's a hard charger.
Oh yeah,
no doubt he will push on in the Mark 1 Ford Escort. That's what I love about Jeff Judd. Doesn't matter what scope, it's always a different vehicle.
Yep.
It's never the same. So changing things up with that car, and looking here at the front of the field as we see the mighty Jaguar Mark II of Tim Stace. He's got to the front. Yeah, sorry, Gerald Hargraves in car 38, I should say, is at the front of this field.
Well, yeah, you're right. Tim Stace is not too far behind him either. And Tim is actually doing double duty, of course, in that MK2 as well as his E-Type. Two very, very special cars in this field, as well as in the other fields as well. And I think we got 3 Mark IIs, Jaguars, this weekend. At least 2 in this field, and there may be one in another field from my recall, my memory. So lots of history in those cars for sure.
Just watching the leader come through to tick off lap number 1, and that is Gerald Hargraves. Normally in the BMW, so different setup this weekend, of course, running in the Mark II Jag. Dennis Christian there in the BMW 320, Alan Taylor in the Ford Cameron Laws, and the MG BGT sits there in 4th place. Good to see Ewan McPherson back out, and his Ford Anglia sheared off the wheel in the previous race this morning, so managed to get the rear axle all fixed up and get that wheel mounted back on. It was a violent losing of the wheel, just caught that curb and enough to force and rip and break that axle. But he's managed to get his Ford Anglia back together, and he is in the chasing pack. Gary Cliff out there, car number 8, the Datsun 160J Stanza. Always ever happy Gary Cliff out there having a play. Of course, former rally car running now on the circuits. And I see we've lost one to the flag marshal point, just trying to pick
Stephen
up
Hurst,
who
I
that
think.
is. Stephen Hurst, yeah, in the Ford Anglia there.
Also good to see Cameron Laws out there in the MG BGT. Those who are watching the VCC, Vintage Car Club race earlier, would note a big fire out of his Vintage Car Club vehicle down at the link. He got out of that car all safely and sound, which is the testament to safety technology nowadays, Nathan, and great to see that. And he's back out there running that MG BGT for this final Harold Heasley Saloons race.
Yeah, absolutely. See Marvin Turton in the Leyland Mini. Of course, Marvin ran in the National Mini Championship, and then of course later on when the Mini Challenge was around back in the late 2000s, he was there in amongst the field.
Well, Marvin's put on some good battles this weekend, from what I could see. Not specifically anything, you know, sending any crazy moves, and just kept it nice and calm all weekend long, and yeah, been finding up some of the fast guys as well. So for a little mini, that's pretty impressive.
Yes, it sure is, and he's just gotten past Gary Cliff there in the Datsun. See a couple more Ford Cortina Mark 1, in fact, of Mike Gould just going through down towards Euromarque. Ford Cortina, the Mark 1, of course a vehicle of choice for many young teens back in the 80s.
Yes, that's specifically pointing at my mother, that one.
Wow, yeah, probably our parents, to be fair.
Yeah.
We're looking at Mark 1 Cortinas. Yeah, I've heard a few stories from my father about various trips around that we don't need to talk about. All the mischief and the exciting and the creativeness of what you could do back in the heyday, what you could get away with, Hayden Cook. Not looking at you. I'm sure you did some dodgy things in your time as a young man. Steve Pauling out there in the Mark 1 Ford Escort RS 2000, and he's got Gavin Jackson in the Triumph.
Oh, hello.
2,500 PI, the Mark 2, and
Black Jelly Bean Award number 6 million, Cameron Laws. MGBGT has pulled off on the escape roads just on the entry of Parks, and yeah, not too sure what the go is there, but he's going to get out. No, he's staying in it.
Is he sitting in the car, is he?
He's sitting in the car. He's just at the exit of, well, entry of Parks, I should say, car 439. He was running 4th at the time.
Yeah, just hard to see here with our big VIP structural steel banner for pit lane exit here. It's unfortunately blocking my view, but
well, safety car's going to come out.
Yeah, parked in a dangerous position, I would gather.
Probably, you'd have to say, may or may not have gone a little bit too far on that escape road, Nathan. Maybe a little bit further back, he might have been okay, but since that is directly in the path of the entry to Parks, it's probably best to pull the safety car out for this one.
Yeah, I'm just not quite sure why he didn't pull up onto the grass.
Yeah.
That would have been the wise decision, just pull off before the cut there.
My theory would have been, well, maybe no brakes, but he stopped in pretty quick time. So I have to agree with you. I'm a little bit unsure as to what the reason behind that is, but I'm sure we'll find out later on in the afternoon.
Well, you talked about him, Josh. You put the mockers on him.
Not the first time I've done that all weekend, Nathan. Our Black Jelly Bean Award trophy still missing, and we need to count them. The amount of Black Jelly Bean Awards we give out each scope at this point. The commentators cursed, affectionately nicknamed the Black Jelly Bean Award.
Yeah. So what do we got? We're on lap 4 under safety car. We've got 2 to go.
I would say probably going to call this race here, Nathan. 2 laps to go, plus you've got to recover that stricken MGB GT. Probably going to end this race under safety car.
Well, let's hope not, eh?
Yeah. If they can get a quick recovery by the time they get into parks, they should be okay. But if they're ending up passing Cameron Law's under safety car through parks, that's probably going to be the race run and done.
Did I just see the windscreen wiper going for Jeff Judd on the Ford? We are getting a little bit of rain in the air, a little mist on the window here.
Well, it is the clear mist, not the red mist or the blue mist we've talked about this weekend so far.
Blue mist. I'm interested to hear about the blue mist.
Yeah, you have to ask.
I know about the red mist.
Yeah, you have to ask Lindsay Kerr on that one, and he's the expert on the blue mist.
Right. So the field bunched up back behind the safety car there. The first fully electric safety car I do recall seeing on that one. And they've gotten rid of Cameron Laws pretty quickly here, so
could be a 1-lap dash to the finish here.
Possibly. We'll see if the lights do go out on the safety car. Gerald Hargraves, he had a good little gap, but that's all come a cropper undone, and he's going to have to try and fight off the charging pack. Jeff Judd currently just outside the 10, so we'll see how this one plays out.
Well, things are going to be affected as well. We've just had Lindsay come back up and confirm it is raining out there. So we can see little splashes of rain on our commentary box windows as well.
Lights are out on the safety car.
Here we go.
Looking to go 1 lap.
Keep your eye on car 49. It's going to be all on here for Jeff Judd. Steve Pauling, the car 127, probably the fastest car, which is 2 cars in front of him. He will be on it like a rocket as well. He sniffs a potential win in this 4th race of the Harold Heasley Saloons. So, coming to the start line, the green lights are on, and we're back underway. 1 lap to go here for the Harold Heasley Saloons, and it is Gerald Hargraves at the front. Here comes Ewan McPherson, though.
Yeah, Marvin Turton.
Yeah, those are battling 4 wide down into Abbott Insurance. Marvin Turton goes up to 2nd, McPherson up to 3rd. And then car 323, that is Dennis Christian, drops a couple of spots, but he's right up there as well.
Yeah, this is going to be quite a little finish here with the last lap board out. Checkered flag will be next time by, and everyone now fighting to get to the front of this field. You're going to see lead changes left, right and centre, no doubt here, and it's Marvin Turton, the little Leyland Mini, who finds himself here at the front of the field. Look at that, Jeff Judd in that Mark 1 Escort. He's been held up there by the Capri on the inside. No room to go through Euromarque. So just a half a lap to go here, Josh, and it's all on here for our Harold Heasley Saloons.
Yeah, well, Marvin Turton currently the leader, but he's being hunted down pretty quickly by Ewan McPherson. McPherson was challenging with Jeff Judd and Steve Pauling in that earlier race before he lost that wheel, so this is going to be pretty close. Here comes McPherson, has a look up the inside in the Anglia. Here he goes, up the inside through Parks. Turton has him covered. So
Garrett Cliff could score.
Oh, he could too, yeah.
He's right on them in that Datsun Stanza 160J, but he just caught the ripple strip on the inside and lost a little bit of momentum there.
May come down to the run to the line here, Nathan, as we go through the CMG motorcycle sweeper for the final time. Marvin Turton the leader, then we go to Ewan McPherson and Gary Cliff, those three in it for the win. McPherson going to run to the line. Turton gets the win. Well done.
Marvin Turton. A little Leyland Mini. Oh, we've had a little bit of a whoopsie at the exit of the sweeper. 2 or 3 cars involved in that one. Hopefully everybody's okay and there's no damage.
Well, we have got the flying whale above the Euromarque Motorsport Park for the second day in a row. Always a pleasant sight to see the good old Emirates A380 flying over.
Well, there you go. Marvin Turton, Ewan McPherson, Gary Cliff, Jeff Judd home in fourth, Walter Whittleston, Steve Paulin, Gavin Jackson, Craig Pigeon, Gerald Hargraves and Alan Taylor round out the 10 for Harold Heasley Saloons. That was a fairly good race.
Yeah.
That restart certainly spiced things up. It made it in what was already an exciting race, an even more exciting race.
Well, you're absolutely spot on. Next up is the Sir Robertson Stewart GP Invitational. So this is a bit of a special one-off race here at the SKOPE Classic, and we'll get the grids to you very shortly for that. And we'll see if Dave Gow down in the pits has got anything informative for us with some of the drivers for that.
Well, we come to one of the feature events of the SKOPE Classic for the 2025 season. We're just going to have a quick word. No, we might have missed it already. What a shame. One of the Stewart boys, Marcus Stewart, in a beautiful Porsche. So this is the Sir Robertson Stewart Memorial Race for an invitation race. And all these cars have been invited to race. We'll pass you back up to the Dave Cook commentary tower. And the boys, it's up to you guys.
It is the Sir Robertson Stewart Grand Prix Invitational, and pretty stacked field of cars this one, Lindsay. Some really elite cars, some fast cars, and
it's a combination of the John Osborne, Ron Sylvester, Ron Rutherford fields.
Yep.
So I'm thinking it's not the fastest from those fields, is it?
No, I don't think so, because you've got the Lancia Monte Carlo out there as well. So I think it's just...
It's a real mixture, isn't
it? It is just a complete and utter mixture, which is so good to see.
Be interesting to see how this all
well, it's handicap too.
Plays out. You know what? That doesn't help what I'm going to say next either. Because I was thinking, oh well, this will really be able to judge if the speed differential between the classes
is yeah.
Well, we might not know now because it's going to be a handicap. Got the Lancia in front of us now.
So that first group is away. It is the Lancia Monte Carlo that gets away first, as well as Lee Crew, Ashland White, Tim Stace, and Ken Walker and Lee Crew, Ashland White, and Rick Wilson, as well as Tim Stace, the front five away.
So we've got Bert Govan and Andy Milne and Jones in the big BMW, and Debbie Chapman. Is it 353 in the theatre bar?
I think you're right. Yes. Yes.
Well, Debbie, she was the one that put that into the wall, wasn't it?
I think you're right, yeah.
Oh, that's good to see it back. It's for sure good.
You can see the damage on the rear end, can't you?
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. So next group away will be the Fiat Uno of Hamish Robinson. We've got the 27 of Phil Redmond.
Phil Redmond in there. Then the second of the theatre baths, which Dennis perhaps.
Dale. Liam McMahon and one of the Porsches. And there's Marcus Stewart.
The black BMW, yep.
Car 56, Stephen Galbraith. Marcus Stewart, car 939. Car 111, Soren Stewart and James Hotman, the other cars involved. Then the Mike Baker car, Jeff Lusky and Chris Charles get themselves away. And the remaining cars...
And everyone's away?
No, still got two in the pit lane, Miles Cockram and Steve Howell. So those are the remaining two. And yeah, Steve Howell's away, Miles Cockram also.
And there's Lee Crew leading the guys off go.
Yep, how good.
Into lap one, Lee Crew and the wee Fiat Bambina Yamaha Special.
Yep, Valentino Rossi tribute livery. For those who don't watch motorcycle racing, he's a 9-time MotoGP World Champion, currently racing in the Endurance Championship, World Endurance Championship at the moment.
Yep.
He's racing the 12-hour as well for BMW. So
that car's a tribute car. I mean, I don't think Valentino drove a Fiat, but he was Italian. Is Italian, and that happened with Lee when they were in Kaikoura one day, and they're leaning out. I'm going to say out of a pub window, looking at something go by that was Valentino Rossi tribute. I think the boys were saying to someone like Lee, you should do this, and he did it. Now that's my understanding. I have written about it, but I've just, for the moment, that detail I'm a bit short of, but that was something like that. It was a dare in a pub.
Yeah. Good old pub dares.
Great, I reckon.
Yeah, it's good. It's a good idea, and
he has had. It is chain driven. He's had a few problems with the clutch.
Yeah,
with the
chain and
snapping.
Yeah.
With you've got to feather it quietly off the line.
Yeah, and of course, Rossi raced a number of bikes in MotoGP. Most recently, Yamaha. That's where he won most of his titles with Ducati, and I think he may have ran at Honda at some point as well in his career. So that livery is tribute to his Yamaha career.
But he's not doing superbikes or GP bikes.
He retired from MotoGP into 2021, I believe.
Right.
He was replaced by Andrea Dovizioso, and then he retired the following year.
Okay.
So the only real great left in MotoGP at the moment, Marc Marquez.
Right.
8-time world champion.
So Lee Crew holds on to that leading spot.
How good would that be to get him a win in the Sir Robertson Stewart Grand Prix?
Yeah, it'd be great. But he'd think so, I'm sure.
Well, I'm looking back at Miles Cockram. That is a really, really beautiful car. Just a red base Ferrari, especially the F430. It's a nice change to see a F430 GT3 here at Euromarque Motorsport Park. One of my dream cars when I grew up, the Ferrari F430 alongside the 458. Two very, very beautiful cars brought by Ferrari. If they ever become cheap enough to buy, I will buy one. Because they are wonderful cars.
Yeah.
Oh, Jeff Lusky coming into the pits. Not too sure what that's about. Is this a retirement from the race, or is this a... What's the go here with Jeff Lusky? I'm guessing it's some sort of issue. It's not the sort of pit lane drive-through that Russ McKenzie does in the Continental Rennsport to give everyone else a bit of a chance. Lusky retires into the pits, so that is that. Looks like, touching wood, the rain has stopped.
Hey, Lee Crew's still holding the lead.
He is, but he does have Ashton White, who's got about a second a lap faster than him behind him. Then Rick Wilson, who's lapping about the same time in the third.
And then there's Tim Stace in the E-Type, who's hovering. Here we go now with a lead change here.
Yeah, Ashton White goes out, gets through.
Yeah.
Tell you what, that little Bambino will be the nimblest car through every field we've got, through the corners.
Indeed.
Just, probably need to make a slight turn of the wheel. He'll get through the corner fine. Of course, light car, so no doubt. Another light, small car, the Fiat Uno down there, Hamish Robertson, running 17th at the moment.
He's run that fair bit, didn't he?
Yes.
We see that car a lot.
Yeah, and it's so good to see that. Mike Baker just going through, one of our regular Continental Rennsport competitors.
Yep, we see Mike at most meetings here.
We do. Yeah, we do.
Mike from Picton.
Yeah, good to have Picton native down here at Euromarque Motorsport Park. Of course, Miles Cockram, the owner of Cockram Motor Group, with the EM Euromarque Motorsport Park signage on the side of his F430. Good to see Tim Stace out there in the E-Type as well. That's a really, really cool car to have running here at...
well, that's his father's car. His father ran that for years, Jeremy Stace. Well-known man, lovely man, and Jeremy unfortunately died a couple of years ago now, and Tim, and to his absolute credit, has kept the car. He lives in Auckland and he comes down to race the car. It's absolutely wonderful.
Yeah, it's one of the rare cars that cost quite a fair bit nowadays, the E-Type, so it's...
Jeremy had this for many, many years, and his good mate was Bert Govan because of the Jaguar connection, and the two of them used to, in the days when there were lots of Jaguars racing, they got around together a fair bit.
Yeah, it's, for you folks watching out there, savour as much time with that E-Type as you can, because it's a rare car.
That's right.
And you never know when you'll see it again, so definitely one to watch, and especially in race trim, it's good to see.
It's good to see quite a few. Oh, hello, we're talking about Tim Stace.
Oh, no.
What happened?
I need to stop talking at this point, Lindsay. That's probably my 5th Black Jellybean Award this weekend.
No, I started there. Tim Stace. But you're right.
We should leave it up to the...
I think this is almost a record of
Black Jellybean Awards this weekend.
Black Jellybean Awards.
At this point, we need to leave it to Hayden and Nathan. Those two seem to have good luck.
Yeah.
It's us that's got the problem. Even BK was fine yesterday.
Yeah.
Drivers will probably be saying sack the full-time commentators at this rate. All the Black Jellybean Awards we've given out over the years.
Yes.
Miles Cochrane, fastest lap of this race, a 1:29.239, and he has just made his way around Mike Baker, so he is not sleeping around as old Miles Cochrane. Bertie Govan, Phil Redmond, those two close together at the moment, down into the Parks S's. Redmond trying to make a move stick, it's not quite happening for him. The old Lancia Monte Carlo of names just slipped the mind, and now the timing screen slipped up, which is absolutely brilliant. But the Lancia Monte Carlo down there through Abbott Insurance, that is going to be Ken Walkerton, of course. A bit rare to see Lancias here in New Zealand as well nowadays. Famous for their time in the World Rally Championship. The Lancia Stratos and the 037, the two real cars.
The 037, first world champion was Walter Roll in the 037, 1982, I think it was.
Yeah, that's... We need more manufacturers in the WRC these days, I think, at this point.
Yeah, well, we've been saying that for a wee while now, but...
I mean, there's only real two manufacturers, with M Sport technically not really being Ford, really.
Well, they are Ford.
They are Ford, but they're kind of not.
They are the Ford entries.
Yeah. We need more factory teams, I think, at this point. It'd be good. How good would it to be to see Lancia back in WRC?
Yeah, you're right. Well, there's so many of them. Citroen.
Yeah.
Peugeot.
Skoda.
Skodas are still there.
In WRC 2 years. Yeah. Lots of manufacturers would be good to see in forms of racing, especially WRC.
So it's Chris Charles Jr. leads this field, followed by Ashton White, who's holding on pretty well, actually.
He is. He's doing a good job there, Ashton White, one of our regular content Rennsport cars. Chris Charles Jr., good to see both senior and junior here at Scope Classic. That's a bit of a father-son partnership, which is pretty special to have.
Look out, here comes. Look at the Ferrari. Goodness me. Miles Cochrane just in that back straight there.
Well, he's up to second now. He's got one more car to catch up to. That is the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup.
That could be a bit of an issue, that. It's quite a nice wee gap.
It is, but it's closing rapidly as we look at it, with the last lap, half a lap to go here at Euromarque Motorsport Park for the Sir Robertson Stewart Grand Prix Invitational. Into Parks for the final time for Chris Charles Jr.
I think he'll hold on here, all right.
Yeah. Miles Cochrane still trying to catch up, but I don't think he's got enough to go through the CMG motorcycle sweeper for the final time.
Oh, right.
Well, down the straight, checker flag's going to fly, Lindsay, and it is Chris Charles Jr. who takes us to Robertson Stewart Grand Prix. Miles Cochrane second, 1:27.5, his best time of that race. Coming home at third will be car 56.
Who is?
Stephen Galbraith, I believe.
Yeah, then Marcus Stewart.
Mike Baker, 5th. Ashton White, 6th. James Hotman, 7th. Rick Wilson, 8th. Who's going to come across the line? 9th. It is one of the Chapmans, then Lee Crew, 10th.
Lee Crew's top 10.
Well, good race there, Lindsay. And next up is the Allied 24/7 Fuel Mainland muscle cars for their 6-lap handicap final race. And, of course, remember, every point for this race counts towards the championship, with their finale coming up very soon at Teretonga.
Race 4, Mainland Muscle Cars, the final race of the weekend for their championship round, Tony. And how has the championship been affected by the results so far?
It really hasn't changed, because there's been such fantastic reliability. The guys at the pointy end have all kept tidy, and little in the way of damage or DNFs. Of course, Braden Phillips, who's in the championship chase with Reece Gould, had a problem with his car in race 2 yesterday. But of course, he just happened to have a spare car sitting right beside the blue Mustang. So, crazy. So
absolutely crazy. So just drags the Monza out, and away we go.
Yep. And hey, I tell you what an impressive thing. That kid is a huge talent. He is just awesome. You know, this weekend is Friday here at SKOPE is the first time Braden Phillips has ever driven that red Monza.
Wow.
Isn't that phenomenal? And when he was out there doing 131s on Friday, and yesterday morning he was on Maxxis tyres, which we know are a couple of seconds off the Hankooks. He bolted the Hankooks on for race 3 this morning, went out and did 128s in a car he'd never driven before Friday.
Yep.
Man, that kid's good. You know, everybody in our series is just going far out.
I mean, the Monza is fast. The Monza is undeniably fast, but you have to know how to drive it. It is not a point-and-click car. There is a lot of power, but under your right foot.
Absolutely,
it is insanely quick.
And you know, it's all. I mean, sure, it's a race car, but you know, the pedals and the steering wheel position aren't set up quite right for Braden. So there's quite a bit of compromise there. You know, they just haven't had time to get it set up.
So how long has Braden had that Monza for?
Oh, only a matter of weeks.
Right.
Right. Yep. So
where was it originally?
I don't know. It's Andy Knight's old car.
It is Andy Knight's one.
It's the old Andy Knight car.
Okay.
So we know it's a fast car.
Absolutely.
Andy used to pedal it really well.
Andy used to. Yes, exactly. There's a few breakouts with Andy's name on it.
Yep.
In that car.
Yeah.
He was definitely in the 127s, if not 126s in that car.
Right. So super quick car, but you know, to just jump in and get almost the best out of it straight away.
Yes.
Darned impressive.
Yeah. So in this race, in this final race, this handicap race, Braden Phillips will have a 5-second disadvantage behind Angus Fogg and Reece Gould in the Mustangs. So Braden will be starting with a 72-second handicap. Foggy and Gould will be off 67 seconds. And then there's a massive pile of very, very fast cars starting off 59 seconds. Paul Clark, John Hepburn, Hamish Frew, Rod Hayman, all starting off 59 seconds. So it's going to be an exciting
It'll be fantastic.
6 laps.
It'll be absolutely fantastic. And there's a gap beside Barry Fairbrass on the front row there. Dave King in the little 6-cylinder Tirana unfortunately broke his gearbox during the last race, so that's why he went into the pits, and we won't see him back out again. So that's another month he bites the dust.
So Barry Fairbrass will be off the first flag drop. The second flag drop will include Sandra Eden, will include Pete Templeton. There's Barry, who bogs down slightly on the line and then gets the Mustang underway. 11 seconds now back to the next pack. Everyone away cleanly.
Oh, good start for Colin and the Tirana. That
nice
boy nailed
start
that,
from
didn't he?
Tirana.
Beautiful.
The 5-litre Tirana just barrels through the middle.
We asked Gary Shaw to keep on doing the burnouts, but he failed that time.
Craig Hyland in the HQ alongside Ross Wilde in the VK Commodore, and Michael Eden in the GTHO behind them. Craig Hyland's doing a fair few laps around the track this weekend.
He is.
Double entered.
Stuck on the grid in the race this morning when his engine stalled, and he was just waiting to be collected.
Paul Clark leads away the next pack. Hamish Frew, John Hepburn, Rod Hayman. Then Reece Gould, Angus Fogg. As you say, Reece has had a fantastic weekend.
It sure has.
Foggy's weekend has been very up and down. He's driven a couple of great recovery races, coming from the back of the grid to a podium spot.
He has. Now, I'll tell you who's got the hardest job out there today, and that is Braden Phillips. He's disadvantaged
He has 17 cars in front of him.
That's right, and a heck of a wait, right? And of course, he had an extra 5 seconds to wait because of his breakout penalty.
So how much weight is he carrying now in race 4?
Not weight. He's got 5
the
seconds.
time?
Yep, that's right.
Right,
5
yeah,
seconds
yep.
wait. But the thing is, he's going to be busting to pick up championship points.
Yep.
But he can't break out because every time you break out, you are penalised 5 championship
Is it 5
points.
championship points?
5
right.
points, and he's in the championship race with Reese.
Right. And our breakout time is 1:20.
1:29.00.
29.0.
Yeah.
So okay.
We do have what we call a soft breakout, which is 0.25 of a second. So in theory, you could do a 28.775.
775. Okay. Yeah.
But you could only do it once. You only get one soft breakout.
You get one. Okay, so there's one strike, and then 5 points start rolling off your.
That's right.
And for a race win, how many points, Tony?
20.
20, and you lose 5 for a breakout.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
That's right. And of course, as you come through the
punishment.
places, it's only 1 point. So the difference between
Yeah.
first and second is 1 point.
Yeah.
So these guys have got to go, I'm not going to take a risk and break out for the sake of a 1 pass because I'm going to gain 1 point, but I risk losing 5 if I break out.
Absolutely. So, and I see Michael Eden in the GTHO is slowing on the entry to Euromarque. Hopefully, he seems to be regaining some power, or hopefully he can get that car to a safe spot.
That could be his radiator. Michael's been struggling with a cracked radiator.
Yeah, he is.
The guys thought they had it solved, but maybe it could be something else, of course.
Looks like he's heading towards the flag marshal point on the entry to Fulton Hogan, and he'll hopefully park that up nice and safely.
He'll do the right thing. Michael's raced all over the world. People probably don't realise, but every year he used to go and race at the Nürburgring 24-hour race.
Oh wow!
Year after year after year, he's raced at Spa, he's raced at Monza. So Michael Eden's an incredibly experienced guy.
Nice, excellent.
He knows the right thing to do.
One question about your breakouts and Mr. Angus Fogg, who is not necessarily a championship contender. Does he care about 5 points chance?
Of course he doesn't. He couldn't care less.
So if Foggy can dial in some 28s and maybe even 27s, then Foggy's going to do it.
Yeah, that's right.
Great. It's always good to have a wild card in there.
Yeah.
Angus Fogg was fastest on the stand-in lap. We'll have a look at the lap times as they come through now. Foggy with a 31.8. So, but yeah, we do have rain spots. Not enough to affect them yet.
Well,
the track is starting to.
We've got someone at the top. Oh, yeah, Hamish through?
Yep. Yes.
Okay. So Hamish is, we don't want to keep talking about the championship all the time, do we? But he is third in the championship, and he's a guy that also doesn't want to lose spots because he's doing pretty darn well in the championship chase for this season.
Is that a new car for Hamish, or is that?
Yeah, second season in that car. Yep.
Right.
That is the old Hugh Gardner car, is that right? Yep. So some of you folks will have seen Hugh Gardner from Auckland down here in previous years.
Yes.
Very, very fast car. And so
with
that's
Central is the Central
that's
muscle
right.
cars, right?
That's right.
Yes.
Yep. So that is a really good car.
Yes, it is.
And Hamish has done 29s in it this weekend, so he's on the pace too.
Yeah, and again, immaculately turned out car.
Yeah.
It's really large. If you go and have a look at it in the pits, it is substantially bigger than the other Camaros that are out there. It's it is greasy out there. Looking at the exit to the second S, and I'm just looking at pit exit here, and there is definitely water on the track. It will be affecting lap times. Yep, the lap times have dropped down.
You're right. The lap times are way down, aren't they?
1:39 last time around.
Yeah.
Angus Fogg 38.6. So they are a good 9 seconds off where they should be.
So are we saying there's enough rain? There's enough rain there
Breakouts go out the window,
Yeah,
and we're now in an ability race.
Yeah.
And we'll see which of the. And heck, Tony, these guys have got a lot of horsepower, and trying to navigate a damp track. In this category.
And you got to remember, man, this is old school stuff. There's no traction control and no ABS. This is seat of your pants skill.
The biggest advantage they have is that hopefully they've got a really wide set of rear tyres that that they can maintain some heat in, but they do need to keep the pace up to keep the temperatures in both the fronts and the rears. They'll be working the brakes really hard to try to get the heat through the rotors.
You've got it exactly right.
They need to maintain. If you lose tyre temps on a damp track, then you're in a world of trouble.
Yep, dead right. And the guy who is very, very good at managing this situation is John Hepburn. And look at him, he's right on the back of Angus Fogg. Yes. Angus has got by him, but Johnny will be fantastic in these conditions.
Well, John's got 2 extra wheels to deal with than what he's used to be. He's quite comfortable doing this on a motorbike.
This is easy.
Exactly.
These things have got 4 wheels. Yeah.
So Colin Campbell continues to lead in the Tirana. There are only 2 laps to go now. The chasing pack is led by Paul Clark in the Mustang, who's doing 43s. Rod Heyman also doing 43s. Foggy in 41s. So with 2 laps to go, that chasing pack is 16 seconds behind Colin Campbell.
How many laps have we got to go?
We've got 2 laps to go, and the lap time difference, 8 seconds a lap.
Yeah.
We're going to have a final lap shootout.
Man, it must be greasy out there.
Look at this, 3 wide into Euromarque. Foggy fires it down the inside of Clark.
Who's on the inside of Templeton?
On the inside of Templeton. And somehow they will make it. Foggy even dives up the inside of Sandra Eden as well. Nice driving from you wouldn't expect anything else from Angus Fogg, but
and there goes Heyman, Hepburn. Boy, that front pack are going really well.
Yeah, Bruce Tonelli trying to follow them through as well. Yeah, the track is decidedly damp at this point.
We weren't expecting that. We weren't expecting the track to be greasy.
I was talking to the 5,000 boys just before and saying it's not on the forecast. We should be okay.
Yeah. We all had our wets out. All the guys up the pit lane had their wets out ready in case the rain came down. But it was, it just. We were quite sure there wouldn't be enough moisture to. But of course, you put wets on in these conditions, and you just cook the wets,
exactly.
and you're probably worse off.
They'd be toast in a lap or two. Wouldn't they?
Yeah.
There's no water to move. It's just slick.
Yep.
Right, Colin Campbell comes across the line to take the last lap board. Gary Shaw still in second. Here comes Angus Fogg in the J.A. Russell Mustang. Clark trying to hold off Heyman and Hepburn.
So anybody want to place a bet? What do you reckon?
Looking at the lap times, I'm going to say that Angus Fogg has this one. I reckon he's got enough pace and enough ability. The thing with Foggy is it's not just pace; it's the ability to pick a spot to overtake.
Absolutely.
It helps the number of horsepower that he's got as well. But he's got such incredible racecraft. We've seen over the years some amazing overtakes on this track from Angus. Paul Clark doing a really good job of driving defensively, holding off John Hepburn into Euromarque.
There we go. Angus is in second. I think, it wouldn't be hard to put your money on Angus. You don't have to be that clever to say Angus Fogg's going to win this.
I think, and it would be Foggy's first win for the weekend, which is.
No, he won yesterday.
Or did he win one yesterday?
Yeah, he won race 2 yesterday.
That's right, after the recovery.
Yeah, there we go.
There's Foggy up into the lead. He'll get the Mustang just sighted nicely on the exit to the S.
I'll tell you what, this front straight's going to be interesting for when we get back to 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th place. Look at this gaggle. They're all going to close up.
Yeah, the drag race.
Once they come around the sweeper. This is going to be an awesome finish for the placings.
So Angus Fogg will bring home the J.A. Russell Mustang to take the checker. Great drive.
Good job, Colin Campbell. Second, that's brilliant.
Paul Clark will come through to grab 3rd ahead of Johnny Hepburn. Gary Shaw drops back to 4th, then rescored for some good points in 6th place. Bruce Tonelli, the Monaro, then Rod Heyman.
So these boys have done a heck of a good job. You know, look, they're all got their wipers on. So there's a fair bit of rain happening out there for them all to have their wipers on. So that they're all out there on slicks. Man, and looking at the lap times, that's greasy. Those guys have done a great job.
Absolutely.
Muscling these monsters
And
around the wet track on slicks.
And
far out.
To your point earlier, this will be Braden Phillips' first outing on these sort of track conditions in that car.
Yeah.
So it's a car with a whole lot of power that would be very tricky to navigate in these sort of track conditions. So Braden's done well to keep it on the island, come home with some points.
And look, really, really good job for everybody.
Yeah, live to fight another day.
You know, the slowest guy out there has still got 500 horsepower on slicks, you know? Far out. That's not fun. Unless you're a...
I don't know. That sounds like a fun Sunday afternoon to me.
Man, not for most of us. Most of us normal human beings think you've got to be a bit of a weirdo to enjoy that.
Another great outing from Mainland Muscle. Tony, thank you very much for your time this weekend. It's been great to have your insight and your knowledge over the weekend.
It's been wonderful.
Where's the next round for you
We've got the
guys?
best seat in the house here, right? So absolutely, who wouldn't want to do this?
Next round for Mainland Muscle?
Late February.
Here we are to do the Sir Robertson Stewart GP Trophy presentation. We've got Managing Director of SKOPE, Guy Stewart, and the winner of the race, Chris Giles. Chris, tell us where you've come from.
I came from the UK, London, flew in on Thursday morning.
And what do you think of this event?
Absolutely fantastic. Everyone's really friendly. The standard of driving is exceptional considering the different speeds. No, it's been an absolute delight.
And tell us about the race that Ferrari was chasing you down at the finish.
Yeah, I could see him. He's been sort of near me all weekend in the other races and got past me. We lost ABS on the last 2 laps, so I could see him approaching, but I knew it was the last lap. And we just sort of hung in there and just managed to stay ahead, which was great.
Excellent. Guy, I'll let you present the trophy. And I think we've got the VCC cars heading out on track, so we'll hand back to the trackside commentary team. Thank you.
Six races to go, it's decided it is going to rain.
Well, you'd probably say now, with how long it's lasting and the strength of it, probably more than a spot of rain now. It's not like particularly brilliant out there.
Well, but in saying so, I'm very surprised to see this field that's going out.
Yeah, Vintage Car Club.
But I can tell you one withdrawal, though. No prizes for guessing.
No.
Yeah, he's just texted me to say that because it's raining, he's not competing.
Oh.
And look at this field out here now. And he expects to come back into this commentary box as if nothing has changed.
Oh, RCW.
Anyway, we have the last from the Vintage Car Club lads. We've had a wonderful weekend, I suggest.
Yes.
And with those who were involved with the Nelson Beach Racing reunion, I salute you guys for the fact that the cars are still racing, and here you are this weekend celebrating that and still competing in this wonderful class.
Yeah, just while we get the VCC lined up, a bit of news from the NASCAR world, Lindsay.
The what world?
The NASCAR world.
What does that mean?
Well, you know where resident New Zealander Shane Van Gisbergen ended up?
Yeah, no, hang on.
You want to know the acronym?
What does NASCAR mean?
National Association of Stock Car Auto Racing.
Good boy, well done.
Yeah. I knew that one.
I was just testing your knowledge.
Well, if you are an SVG fan, he has qualified for tomorrow's cookout clash at Bowman Grey Stadium. He made it through. Doesn't have to qualify through an LCQ. Very impressive performance, actually.
An LCQ.
Last chance qualifier.
Oh, right.
Yeah, so he finished third. He beat out a couple of the regulars.
Little NASCAR speak.
Yes.
Right.
Yes. So for reference, Kyle Larson has to go through a last chance qualifier. SVG makes it through.
Right.
So.
And where's it at, you say again?
Bowman Grey Stadium.
Where's that?
At Winston-Salem, North Carolina. It's nicknamed the Madhouse. She's a bit of a short track, that one.
As an oval.
As an oval, yep.
Right.
So short track, and with the way Shane Van Gisbergen's been performing on the short tracks as of late, he'll for sure be a bit of a dark horse to win one, even though he's good at the road courses.
Oh, good.
Pretty good performance
Excellent.
in the short tracks lately.
I think he's in his natural class.
Oh, yeah. Yep. He's happier there as well from what he was at Supercars, which is good to see a man enjoying himself. Car 68 lining up on the grid right now. One of the well-presented VCC cars that is not in your program. That is car 68, Hamish Pigeon, the BBM Mark II.
BBM Mark II. Don't know much about the BBM Mark II.
No. No, we don't. I would suggest car 94 Cameron Laws and the Mistral Mark I won't be out there after that massive fire.
No. You're definitely right there, unfortunately. Yeah, I think Julie Greer is driving the
Stanton Corvette.
Nice day for it, Julie, yeah.
Well, I think we're going to be getting some spray at this point, Lindsay, with the way the rain's packed in.
We're talking about the Stanton Corvette.
Car 77, John Gilman in the Stewart Special just pulling in there.
Yes, John Gilman. He normally races. He raced a V8 on the V8 coupe on the Tahuna sand dunes.
Oh wow! There you go.
But he's now running pedal ever since his car this weekend.
Oh, he hasn't gone. It took him a while to get the pedal to the middle there. Yeah, spray definitely coming off the cars as you see them go down into Abbott Insurance. It's going to be...
I guess they'll be treating this rather cautiously.
Yes, it will be a very tentative race, I'd have to say.
We have to get through turn 1, and they all have got through turn 1 pretty well. What a shame. I mean, the weather, Josh.
Yes.
It's not about your passion for NASCAR, which is a shame. I like the story about the advent of NASCAR, though. That's wonderful.
Yes.
Wonderful.
Started beach racing, and that's a bit of a fitting.
No, it was the moon. The moonshiners running away from.
Oh,
the
yes,
cops,
you're right.
Running away from the cops.
Yes, you're right. Yeah, Hayden's got it spot on. The Dukes has it.
I've spent some time down in those southern states on holiday, and just imagine it. Just imagine it.
Well,
don't you start whistling about banjos and things, hey?
Well, just looking a little bit further back through the field, car 1, Paul Coghill in the Jaguar Special.
It's a car that Paul built himself in Dunedin. It was going to be a replica of the HWM Jaguar, which was HWM being, oh, hello, we have a spinner.
Oh,
the
dear.
BBM, but it's...
Hamish Pigeon.
Yeah.
That's... Well, we talk about this every time we have a wet day here at Euromarque Motorsport Park, Lindsay. Parks is the trickiest corner to navigate in the wet. And he's just funnel legs to the Parks.
That corner there, I can tell you from my own limited experience, that is a very difficult corner.
Just in the dry alone, it's tricky.
It tightens up on you so quickly.
I mean, just in the dry alone, it's tricky, but in the wet, it is another level of tricky. And we've seen the amount of cars we've seen lose the rear end down at Parks S's, it's quite wild. So that's one of the corners that you just have to tiptoe around.
Anyway, the Jaguar special of Paul Coggle, he was going to be the replica of an HWM Jaguar, and it was called the Longmore Jaguar for a long time too, because it was a car that was started off by a chap called Barry Longmore, who was killed in a car accident in 1996. And it was Paul Coggle who decided to finish off the project, and this is the result.
Safety car.
Safety car.
It looks like the BBM not able to get going. So Hamish Pigeon, from the sounds of it, out of this race.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think it is. She drove, I know, in the parade before, but whether she's driving now, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I think she was hoping she'd cook it. It's taken her, what was it, 50 years, yeah, since she was 5 to want to actually get to race the car. So
there you have it. So we are currently on race 35 of 40 here at the 35th annual SKOPE Classic.
That we are indeed, Josh.
3:20 p.m. local time here in Christchurch if you're watching on the stream overseas.
It will vary.
Yes.
According to where you are.
Yes.
Oh, their local time won't be the same as ours, ain't it? Silly boy. That rain's actually thickening up a bit too.
Yeah.
Well, I think it is Julie, you know. With that black helmet.
You don't know until the helmet comes off.
I don't know. This doesn't look good for these guys. There's Roger Greeny out there in his beautiful Lotus 20, the one that Graham Baker demonstrated before, the car that Graham Baker drove in the late 1960s.
Yeah. Well, we got one coming in.
Yeah, I'd say there'll be a few more coming.
Yeah. It's just getting a bit treacherous out there now. And just looking through, Lindsay, the remaining races we've got Ron Sylvester, Formula 5000, the historic touring cars, John Osborne Saloons, and then rounding off the day with Pat Wharf, Formula Libre. So
yeah, Brian Reid there in the 260M and just gingerly going through.
yeah, I think it'll be pretty much a case for some of the other classes.
The Bricks Mercury V8 and Rob Cope Williams will be laughing in the pits.
Still need to get those. They're the only place to race bumper stickers, as I've said.
Yeah. And we'll plaster them over his car, won't
we? Beautiful, beautiful sight, that one.
Beautiful sight, that one.
Get a what's the rival brand of Jaguar nowadays? I need to get them to sponsor those bumper stickers as well.
Chinese MG.
BYD. Put BYD or Tesla on there.
Yeah, that'll wind him up.
We'll get Hayden to do that. Hayden, you're our resin EV expert.
Yes. Well, you see, he never blamed Hayden anyway, so that's probably good.
No, he'd be straight on to Dave Gow for that one.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, we'll be having the safety car pull in and getting a race 4 for the Murray Maxwell Vintage Car Club underway once again. Here we go.
So we've done 3 laps coming up now. Will they persevere with 3? Yeah, well, why not? I mean, I guess it's what the tyres you've got on.
Yeah. Car 67, Roger Greeny out there in the Lotus 2022.
That's the Graham Baker one I've been talking about a lot.
Yep. Beautiful looking car, that. So a couple of retirements. Bill Cowie Royce Bayer, which is unfortunate.
Royce never came out today.
Yeah, the Lotus 23
He left
replica.
a trail of oil yesterday somewhere.
Yeah. So, an unfortunate set of circumstances there. Well, 3 laps to go. And this, the 4th and final Murray Maxwell Vintage Car race of the day. Still some good races to come this afternoon, including the John Fairhall Historic Touring Cars, which if you're debating whether to stay or to head home, you definitely want to stay around for that one, because there is nothing better than that one, than the Historic Touring Cars from what we've seen in terms of the racing product this weekend, I think, Lindsay. But in terms of the history, you have to look at the VCC.
The car out there, the little Terrapin.
Yes.
Now, that car has a great history there.
Tony Steer?
Yeah, that car in the hands of...
Oh, hello. An uncharacteristic mistake for one of the Lotus 23s. Tracy Barrett goes around down at Parks.
The Terrapin was driven by Kevin Ingram, who runs a Formula 5000 here. Kevin won New Zealand Hill Climb Championship in that car.
Oh.
Hello, there's the bellow.
Yeah, that's the second spin in the space of a minute.
As Doug Moody got around in the bellow.
Yeah, Doug Moody goes around. Tracy Barrett went around down at Parks. She's got it gathered up and she's back underway. But, yep, I think...
last lap.
Yeah, last lap board out. And they've called it a lap early, understandably.
Good idea.
Yeah, and I think we could probably understand RCW and his decision in a way, but in another way, it would have been good to see him out there.
And there's Doug Moody going round again. Good on you, Doug. You're still going to carry on that last lap, mate, too. Here we go. I think we'll give the Red Jelly Bean Award to Doug Moody for all his spinning and carrying on.
Yeah, we need to get more jelly beans. Have each colour assigned to something.
Yes, that's a good idea too.
Red jelly bean for the red mist, blue jelly bean for the blue mist, and the black jelly beans for the black jelly bean award, and we can figure out.
The traditional one.
Green jelly bean for jumping the start, maybe.
And John Gilman still giving the old Stewart special good run.
That's good to see.
Shade Tree Special 771 of Maureen Cowie.
It's actually quite funny enough, it's come up on our timing screen, so the Maureen Carey car.
Yeah,
it's a bit of a mistake.
It's a bit of an input error.
Yeah, I don't think Maureen Cowie will be driving Maureen Cowie.
No, it's a Shade Tree Special.
Yes. So I don't know. Yeah, well, I hope that doesn't come up on the speed high.
And here's the Briggs Special, Briggs Mercury Special.
There's still a scrap going on between the Stanton Corvette.
Raced here on day one. Oh, and the Stanton Corvette and the Jaguar Special. Paul Cogle and the Jaguar Special.
One of the Greers, let's say, in the Stanton Corvette, whether it's Julie or Russell.
It's Julie or Russell. Yeah, I do think it's Julie. Oh no, we have 2 last lap boards.
Oh dear. Well, yeah.
And the wee Brabham of John Rapley goes through. A very famous car. Graham Hamilton in the Ace 3. Beattie in Mick Toll in the Lotus LT16. Built by, it's called a Beattie as well, which is sort of a cross between the Lotus and the home built. There's Doug, and the bellow went round again.
Oh no.
Here we go. No, someone's blocking the track now.
Oh dear.
Can't get around. That's one of the Shade Tree Special, isn't it?
Maureen, yeah. So she's actually on the program is Maureen Cowie. Input error. Well, checkered flag is going to come out here at some point.
Yeah, at some point.
Brian Reid just coming across the line in the 260M Zephyr.
Brian got it last lap 2 or 3 times, you know. Righto, serious stuff. Checkered flag for the Greers and the Stanton Corvette. And Paul Cogle and the lovely Jaguar Special will be second. And third will be John Rapley in the Brabham BT2. And he's very happy about that too.
Who wouldn't be?
And the wee Terrapin. The wee Terrapin in the hands of Tony Steer.
Well, a pretty dramatic and gnarly race from the Murray Maxwell vintage cars there.
So we'll see these guys again at the Wigram Revival later in the year.
Yes. Next up.
You've all had birthdays apart from me.
That is true, yes. Next up is the Ron Sylvester Saloons for a 6-lap handicap. We'll see if Dave Gower's got anything else out there, or if he's getting very wet. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see what old Gower's up to.
Rightio.
Sylvester Saloons, race 36, their fourth one of the weekend, and we were due to have 23 on the grid. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is the count. Hayden Cooks.
That's a concern. That's a concern. Yeah, good to see the crowd remains here. I bet there's a few people parked up inside their cars and campers that are still sticking around to watch. There's still some great racing to come. We've still got the historic touring cars to come. We've still got the Formula 5000 feature race. There will still be action on the track, and hopefully the rain, the mizzle is starting to ease. There are some question marks over the 5000s about which tyres they will be required to run, but we were hoping that they will get most of the cars out there in some form or other. But no, there's some brave souls out there in the Ron Sylvester Saloons that have decided that they're here to race.
Yeah, absolutely, Hayden. What have we got? Tim Stace out there in the E-Type Jag, and he is leading Rick Wilson in the Alfa Romeo GTV. Stewart Air in the Mazda RX-3, Leighton Hammond in the Mark 1 Ford Escort, Jonathan Phillips in the BMW 3-litre CSI.
I would suggest that most of the guys on the track are actually out-of-towners. They've brought their cars down to race. Stewart Air's from up north, Leighton Hammond's from up north.
Craig Highland up from Auckland Way.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, these guys have brought their cars down, and they're saying, "Hey, we are here, and we'll give it our best," which is good to see. It's great to see for a category that's had some really good racing this weekend. Gives a chance to a couple of guys to maybe get a good result, but also just to go out there and have some fun in cars that they don't always get to drive every race meeting.
And track too.
Yes, yeah, that's right. Well, Tim Stace has, he's only been driving that car for the last 2 or 3 years since his old man passed away. So good to get some more seat time, especially in these conditions. Stewart Air is going to have a whale of a time in an RX-3 coupe in these conditions. The car is made for it.
Yes.
Likewise, Leighton Hammond in the Mark 1 Escort. That should be a ball of fun in some greasy conditions.
Tim Stace has got to lead the pack through on this one.
Keep an eye on Craig Highland in the HQ as well. Anytime he touches the throttle, the rear lights up and the car wants to swap directions. So
yeah, well, they were frantically, because he was in the Mainland muscle car race and then he's out again in the Ron Sylvesters. I was actually down there, and I know Dad's helping out with Craig, so they were busy on the guns and the jacks and swapping over tyres. And
so he is running grooves.
Yes.
Grooved wets?
Yep.
Okay.
Grooved wets on that one for Craig Highland. So from what I saw as I just walked across the front of the grid as I came through, looks like everybody is having groove tyres that are still on track. And there was a few that decided to, one that came into the pit lane, and that was Grant Sylvester, who was doing loopy-loops at the Euromarque on the outlet.
Exactly, he didn't even make it through the outlet before he swapped directions.
Decided that, no, probably best to just park it up.
Yeah.
That would be a handful. It's a handful in the dry, Hayden. I'm sure in the wet it'll be a lot more handful.
And given
you'd need about 10 hands, I reckon.
Well, given the range of opposite lock.
Yes.
When you're driving, he needs one of those wheels, he needs one of those handles on his...
You mean like the trucks?
The bus, exactly.
Yeah, the truck and the bus, yeah. They got that wee knob that you hold on to.
That's right.
Yeah.
Stewart Air in the RX-3 navigates the left-hander at Parks. Jonathan Phillips is also doing a pretty good job in the 3-litre CSI. Leighton Hammond behind him. Tim Stace ticks off another lap, 4 to go at the front of the pack.
To be fair, I would be hard-pressed to say if positions would swap in this one, considering the conditions.
Well, Stewart Air just reeled off a 1:51, which is a pretty good time in these conditions. So, He's flying around on this wet track. Grant Highland is having a barrel of fun at HQ. You see where he's braking? He's braking on like the 200 before you even get to the first apex.
And honestly, don't blame him.
Yeah.
It's it's a lot of power in that car, and to try and stop, especially there in the front straight in these conditions. Yes, you've got the groove tyres, but yeah, it still could be a real handful. And as you say, getting on that throttle just a little bit too eager sometimes, and the back end wants to swap ends. But must say, he is starting to close up on the guys in front here. He's starting to reel in Leighton Hammond, so there is a potential. He is the fastest man on track. He's done a 150.5. So just a little bit quicker than Stewart Air and that RX3 Coupe.
There's still plenty of time for the guys at the back to make their way through.
Very European-esque, this majority of the field out there. And then throw in the Japanese Mazda and the Holden HQ, and I suppose for that fact too, the Ford Escort Mark 1. Surely they would be European manufactured.
Well, they used to be. England used to be part of Europe until they Brexited. So
yeah,
maybe no longer.
Well, Stewart Air has indeed got past Rick Wilson, the Alfa Romeo GTV.
Just watching him round Abbott on the screen. He's got some good grip levels considering the track conditions. They go through Link. Tim Stace continues to lead in that beautifully turned out Jaguar. Stewart Air is going to try and drive around the outside, chop back across, get some drive out, hopefully.
Yeah,
at some stage you'll find some traction.
He's either going to try and dive up the inside or just wait for the straight, where he's probably got just a wee bit more in a straight line, possibly. He's going to try and come around the outside of the carousel. Gets the power down and to the front now. Stewart Air. Very, very different contrasting cars are those two.
Yes, yeah, you can't get too much different from an RX3 to an E-Type Jag.
And there's probably a couple of years too in between manufacturer dates. One would have to put 30, 40 years that. What year's that?
The RX3.
The Jaguar, 64.
Yeah, the RX3's only a 73, so it's 10 years difference. That's it. Those RX3s go back a long, long way. So Stewart Air goes across the stripe again. 2 laps to go in this depleted field.
Craig Hyland coming through with some speed there, into the 40s now, 149. And he's just picked up Jonathan Phillips. Jonathan Phillips based out of Swananoa, so not quite an out-of-towner. He's a local man. Having an absolute ball out there, and the cool livery on that one too, Hayden. The Snitzer livery.
Yes, yeah, that BMW looks a picture, doesn't it? Quite a unique car as well, the 3-litre CSI. We've seen various BMWs, and there's certainly a range of them out here this weekend. Quite reminiscent of the BMW, the 2002
yes.
BMW.
Yep. Yes, very similar shape, isn't it? Now tell me, were you here in the days of the HQ class?
I was here in the days of the HQ class. Yes, I've called my fair share of Holden HQ races alongside Lindsay Kerr and my old man, Dave Gow, and some unkind comments made about HQs. Tell you the change now, I don't think you'd find an HQ that probably isn't in mainland muscle. that doesn't run. It doesn't run about 10 times faster than they used to in the old HQ category.
Yeah, I've put it this way. I've heard stories about the HQ racing. There's plenty of panels that had to be replaced, is what I've been told.
Right. Well, there was some good tight, close racing. Not necessarily at the highest speeds, but yeah, there used to be some unkind comments about packed lunches being taken so that drivers could finish the race.
Yeah. Those were the days, right?
Yeah. Oh, single mark categories. Yes. Yeah, the HQs, the RX-7s that we had, single mark category in the old Series 1, and Series 2 RX-7s.
Yep.
And back in the day, but even we've seen so many of these of the single mark categories in New Zealand. The historic touring cars have a great example of a number of those single mark categories that came through. With the likes of the Ford Telstar, the Ford Lasers that were a single mark category as well.
Geez, I guess the question is, why hasn't been a one make category?
Yeah.
And there are still, if there is the odd one or two that are still going, the Mini 7s.
Absolutely.
They've been around forever and a day. I recall as a very, very young fella in a booster seat going for a lap around here in Dad's Mini 7 back in the day.
Well, and that's an amazing category and a great example of a super close competitive range of cars. Great bunch of drivers that always put on an excellent show. Speaking of that excellent show, Stewart here in the RX3 will take the checker to round out the weekend for the Ron Sylvester Saloons.
And nice drive here from Craig Hyland from well back in the field with the handicap start, picks up a second place. This would actually almost be the first Ron Sylvester race that hasn't finished under safety car.
Yeah, true.
Unless I missed a race yesterday, but that possibly could be correct.
Yep, and some not bad handicapping with Tim Stace, Rick Wilson and Jonathan Phillips all within a couple of seconds of each other. Leighton Hammond will round out the pack in the Mark 1 Escort. Great to have Leighton down here for the weekend and bring him some of his Escort memorabilia with him, which is brilliant. So that concludes Ron Sylvester for the weekend. Up next on the category is the main game. We have the Formula 5000s competing for the Bert Hawthorne Cup, which we have sitting next to us up here in the commentary box, which will be an interesting affair. One of the things that we noted during that Ron Sylvester Saloons race is that Craig Hyland continuously improved his lap time, so the track conditions may be improving out there. We certainly hope so for the sake of the 5000s. We'd love to see a full field out there, and for them to go crazy for a full 12 laps. We'll keep an eye on proceedings and cross down to David.
I'm standing down here with Dave Abbott just before the 5000s go out. Dave, not too many of the cars been able to run as quick as they'd like to in this weather.
No, look, it's not what we want, nor the crowd, unfortunately. And we've got a very, very good clerk, of course, here, Blair Thorpe, and he is actually not going to declare this a wet race, which means we have to be on grooved tyres as opposed to the slicks. Some will go out on slicks, but it's really a little wetter than it should be. Grooved tyres, you want enough water to keep them cool. But if you go onto a wet track and you can see that there's plenty of plumes of spray, especially down into turn 1, very hard to get warmth into the slick tyres. They actually work really well with a limited amount of moisture if they start out warm, but they're starting out cold.
All right, the problem with the wet tyres is I believe Avon have gone out of business. Is that the story?
They did last year, but a new company is going into business with all their old moulds in Portugal, but that doesn't fire up until March. Please don't quote me directly on these things, but I believe that is the case. Our own sponsor, Dold Industries, Paul Dold, supply Avon tyres, but they're not back in stock in a big way until the end of this year. And the scarcest, of course, have been the grooved tyres for wet running. Yeah.
Well, thanks very much indeed, Dave. Very much appreciated. You've brought a fantastic show to Ruapuna once again, as per normal. Not quite as many cars, I think, as we've seen before, but hey, it grows every year.
Oh, indeed. We've been a little bit low patch, but we'll be coming back again. We'll have English visitors next summer, and we'll also have some Australians next summer. More of our cars coming out. So it's all upwards and onwards. Thanks for your coverage this weekend. Brilliant. Thank you.
Been a pleasure. Thank you very much. Over to the boys up the Dave Cook Tower.
Just to talk about the Bert Hawthorn Cup and the significance of Bert Hawthorn. Bert Hawthorn came from this part of the world, started here with the Canterbury Car Club actually in its early days, raced an Anglia, and went overseas to seek his OE, as a lot of our guys do. End up racing overseas, which was in the back of his mind apparently, and was very successful. He got starts in Formula 3, and in fact won a Formula 3 race at Brands Hatch in 1970, and the cup he received is now the Bert Hawthorn Cup, which we present here at the SKOPE for the winner of the feature race of the 5000s. Bert sadly died. Got killed at Hockenheim racing Formula 2, and his family kindly have given his trophies to the club. So this particular one that he won at Brands Hatch in 1970 is now we've termed it the Bert Hawthorn Cup, and this is its 4th outing.
Well, here we go, Hayden. The Bert Hawthorn Cup, the Formula 5000s. 8 cars on track for this one. Unfortunately, we have lost Glenn Richards and Cody Banks. With the weather conditions, they've decided to play it safe for their sake. But still, 8 is a really good field here, considering the conditions.
And both of the previous winners of the Bert Hawthorn Cup that Lindsay Kerr was just talking about, Michael Collins and Michael Hay, are both out there on the grid. So we will have we could have a repeat winner. Collins has his name on there twice already, but not everything going Michael Collins' way.
No, definitely not. Of course, he hasn't done a lot of running, and that car is due to have a engine refresh. Of course, the Friday swap of cars into this one after their debut, and the other one didn't quite go to plan. So, and he is on slicks as well. So this is going to be quite a challenge for Michael Collins, but Michael Hay on the front row as well. He's on wet tyres. Lights are out and away we go. 12 laps here, the Formula 5000's the Bert Hawthorn Cup.
It's a great start from Kevin Ingram, who's going to try to thread the needle into Abbott. Discretion will definitely be the better part of Valour as they go into turn 1. Ingram in the T332 will slot in behind Michael Collins in the leader, GM2. Lindsay Kern nods in approval. The leader was the brand that was given by the new company after Graham McRae sold the business, having produced the GM1. It is basically a slightly modified GM1, but run under the leader LT27 badging, but still, for all intents and purposes, a Graham McRae designed machine.
And to be fair, Michael Collins is doing quite a really nice job here in the early lap, as I think he's about to get swallowed up here. The wet's on the inside of Kevin Ingram.
So here's the challenge, right? That Collins is on slick tyres and Ingram's on wets, as we understand it. So, and look at the difference again. The power out of the corner. With the groove tyres and potentially a little bit more grip, Collins will be working hard to get heat in those slicks because they're big enough and wide enough to move the water if he can get enough power. If he can get enough heat. But you saw the slip coming out under power out of the sweeper. 99 is Michael Hay in another one of the GM1s. He is back in third place.
And the best way, I suppose, Hayden, to pick up on who has the wets and who's got the dries is the red light in the rear of the car is on, the rain light, of course, so we'll just keep an eye out and see who has the rain light on. There's not many that are running the wets. I know Steve Ross has got wets on. Michael Hay also has wet tyres on, but a fair amount of them, I think Tony Roberts and Frank Carl have both got wets on.
So Kevin Ingram, he's had a solid weekend, but certainly nothing to show the pace that he's showing now, has put the T332 clearly into the lead. The wet tyres will certainly be providing an advantage, but to your point, Nathan, we are confident that Steve Ross is also running wet tyres, and Steve has been the class of the field so far this weekend in terms of lap times in the Quicksilver GM1. But he is and he's back and forth and just looped it out of the Park's right-hander into the first S. Steve Ross, he's ended up facing the right way and will rejoin the track just ahead of Tony Galbraith, and now we've got Tony Roberts in the M10A also looping it at the same point.
Well, actually, that's an interesting point. Just looking here at Kevin Ingram, can't see the red light on in the rear, so
maybe Ingram's not running. Surely. So does that take Steve Ross out of contention for the race win? He's certainly got a lot of work to do. He's now 20 seconds behind Ingram in the lead. Kevin Ingram is running 3.5 seconds a lap faster than anyone else on track.
Actually, I'm gonna make a fool out of myself. It looks like Kevin Ingram's on slicks from the what I can see there on our monitor up here.
So that car of Kevin Ingram's was an ex-US Formula 5000 car, ex-John Morton, that was brought over to New Zealand and then converted to the Lola 322 spec at Crawford's, next door to us here. But, Ian Clements ran that car from 2008 until 2017-2018, when he sold it to Kevin Ingram. So, that's a
Collins.
moment for Collins at the S's as well. So Kevin Ingram's had this car since 2018. Certainly not the first Formula 5000 car that Kevin Ingram's had, but he's making no race of it at the moment. It's a 12-lap race, Nathan. The double the length of anything else that the 5000s have done this weekend. These cars are not the easiest to drive for at the best of times, let alone in the damp over 12 laps.
Yes, no, they become a little more than a handful, and hats off to these guys. The likes of Bruce Kett out there in car 48, of course, another one of the Lola T332s. That's an American car, of course, Frank Akero, driven by Jerry Grant and debuting in Ontario. A lot of history in this car. Chuck Haynes owned this car before selling it to Ian Riley in August 2012. And of course Ian based in South Waikato here in New Zealand. And this car was one that ran in Can-Am form, but converted back to original F5000 specification. And Bruce Kett has now owned this car since 2021.
Plenty of history out there on the tarmac, and hopefully they remain on the tarmac. Just watching Michael Collins, who's quite circumspect on in the S's.
Michael Hay just going a little bit wide into the first of the Park's S's. Just had to quietly bring it to a controlled speed to straighten himself up. Yeah, certainly looks like Kevin Ingram's pushing on here. And
yeah, he's still the only car in the under the 140s, and comfortably under the 140s. A 139.1 last lap around for Ingram. Collins 141.2. Michael Hay 44.3. And Steve Ross will just complete lap number 6. In fact, lap number 4, and 142.8. Just need to check that lap score.
Oh
no!
Big lose for the McLaren. Another one there for Tony Roberts. And the McLaren M10A, the big wing on the top. Certainly not helping him out there. And another one who's running out there on slick tyres, so it's certainly a handful.
He's managed to regain the track.
Doesn't it look?
He's spun into a safe region, which is fortunate. These cars have way too many pieces that can fall off when you hit tyre walls or other obstructions.
And he's continuing, so yeah, that's brave. Definitely. After a couple of big moments, because that was really a big moment.
So according to our race score, this was supposed to be a 12-lap race. The race score is showing 10 laps, so they might have shortened it by 2. We'll keep an eye on that. We have had some last lap controversy already this weekend. So we will just
keep an eye on things.
Keep an eye on things.
Another of the Lola T332s just coming through the Park's S's. That is car 88, Tony Galbraith. US Lola from 1974. Carl Haas was the agent, and Tuck Thomas ran it in the 5000 championship, and then sold off to Offdale Racing for Bob Laser in 1976. Chuck Haynes brought it back in 1978, and then Ian Clements brought it. It hadn't raced in the hands of Chuck Haynes, so that's quite a long time, from 1978 back into 2000 when it first raced here in the PDL Classic.
That was Ian Clements' first 5000, wasn't it, the yellow one? Yeah, that is the original Ian Clements T332.
Of course, it's had the hands of Sefton Gibb, raced it after Ian Clements, and then Tony Galbraith took over the running of this car back in 2017. So
Tony Galbraith, not a stranger to a lot of horsepower.
No, he's got the Charger, the bright orange Charger that we've seen him run here, and I know from yesteryear his roots were back in speedway racing.
That's right.
Former New Zealand modified champion.
Yes.
In the dirt oval scene. So this will just be reminiscing to the days of going sideways in a modified.
A stroll in the park exactly for Tony Galbraith.
I love that the Tony Roberts McLaren and the McLaren Cars livery, the iconic McLaren.
Yes, the McLaren orange.
Yes,
yes.
Not the papaya.
Not the papaya that I'm wearing at the moment. I'd love to see a return to the McLaren orange at some point, but
I wonder if I wonder how Bruce would feel about papaya orange. I wonder if he'd be turning in his grave. The fact that McLaren are papaya orange. British racing, Jaguar, right. British racing green, or that silver Mercedes colour.
The silver arrow Mercedes, yes.
Or the red one.
The red one. The red one.
Everybody knows
Rossa.
The red one. Yes. It's a Ferrari.
Rossa.
But yeah, these fantastic cars.
Yeah, and obviously a handful in these conditions.
Yeah.
A testament to the drivers out there. There's Frank Carl in the M10B going across the line.
He's got himself sorted there with a pair of wets. I did see that when he rolled out on a pair of wets. The track just looks like it's just...
It may be settling. Steve Ross has just dialed in his fastest lap of the race in a 140, but there are some significant gaps now.
Well, there's no puddles that are forming with raindrops, so it looks like the rain has subsided for now.
There's Steve Ross with another 140. Steve's challenge is that after that spin in the S's, he's now 23 seconds off the lead. He may be able to grab Michael Hay for a podium, but Kevin Ingram is a full 13 seconds ahead of Michael Collins. Dream race so far for Kevin Ingram. He has kept his nose clean after those initial battles with Collins.
Michael Collins is just working his way around Tony Roberts, just trying to find a way past the McLaren M10A.
Yeah, picks his moment carefully and executes.
Yes.
Michael Collins.
I tell you what, it was exciting. I used to, when I first started here back in the day as a flag marshal, I was down at the end of the front straight and watching the likes of Michael Lyon, Frank Lyons screaming down into the end of the front straight in those Eagles.
Yep.
I mean, that was a really cool thing to be on the flag point down there. And I've seen it from all different angles, and I must admit this is probably the nicest one. You don't get wet. You can still hear the sounds. You can see them across the whole track. So.
Certainly the most comfortable.
Yes.
I think the rain is stopped, where the umbrellas have all gone. The track where you can almost see the start of a dry line appearing on the front straight in front of us. There's only 2 laps to go, which is a little unfortunate. Steve Ross is now into the 139s. Ingram is also in the 139s, so we're probably looking at status quo. Lindsay Kerr's just passed me a list of New Zealand Formula Ford champions and pointed out that Kevin Ingram was a New Zealand Formula Ford champion in 1982-83. So the man has some serious motor racing pedigree. terms of a competitive open wheel title.
I was going to say you could add Michael Collins to that potential list as well. I did see him there in that wee list of Lindsay's.
Yep, absolutely.
And another guy in there with initials LL, Liam Lawson, New Zealand Formula 4 champion. So there's the pass on Michael Hay from Steve Ross.
He's managed to keep it facing the right direction. Nice save from Steve.
That could have been
yes,
fortunate.
Yeah, but he's done a really good job of saving that. The last lap board is out. Kevin Ingram is now counting down the final lap towards his adding his name to the Bert Hawthorne Cup.
I think Steve Ross is just going to run out of time here to get any further up the field.
I think this will be, and Lindsay will correct me, I'm sure, but I'd say this would be the first Lola T332 winner of the Bert Hawthorne Cup. The previous three have been either the GM1 or the leader GM2 spec. So Kevin Ingram on his way to adding a little piece of Ruapuna motor racing history, with this becoming the first driver, the first Lola driver with his name on the title.
Yeah, just got the park assessors a short run down the straight into the CMG motorcycle sweeper, and Kevin Ingram has got a comfortable lead to bring it home here for the Bert Hawthorne Cup.
Yeah, dominant drive from Ingram. He had a nice dice early on with Michael Collins, gapped him when the conditions were tricky, and has really shown some impressive pace. Kevin Ingram, congratulations! You are the 2025 winner of the Bert Hawthorne Cup for Formula 5000s. An impressive drive from Ingram. We wait the arrival of the second place driver. There's Frank Carl in the M10B who's just looped it and decided to park it. Michael Collins will take second place. Steve Ross third, rounds out our podium in the 5000s. Michael Hay comes home in fourth. A nice recovery drive from Steve Ross to get back onto the podium.
Tony Roberts will be just stoked to get across the line after a couple of moments, some bigger than others.
Frank Carl has got the little McLaren back up and running again, which is excellent. Tony Galbraith will carefully bring the Lola home in fifth, and Bruce Kett is in the carousel and will do the same. So that is the 2025 version of the edition of the Bert Hawthorne Cup for Formula 5000. A dominant drive from Kevin Ingram in some very challenging conditions.
Absolutely.
Oh, Lindsay Kerr's just found some more history about Kevin Ingram. Not only was he a New Zealand Formula 4 champion, he was also a New Zealand hill climb champion in 1975 and 1977 in the Terrapin that we've seen out on the track in the Formula Libre?
VCC.
In the VCC? I'm trying to remember.
Yep, VCC.
VCC in the Terrapin. So Kevin Ingram just continuing to add his name to championships, going back 50 years. 50 years ago,
wow.
The New Zealand hill climb champ, and he's now going to put his name on the Bert Hawthorne Cup for Formula 5000s.
Next up, John Fairhill Historic Touring Cars, and then our John Osborne Saloons and Pat Hall Formula Libre to round out our Sunday here at the 2025 SKOPE Classic, the 35th edition. And as we await the John Fairhill Historic Touring Cars, we'll send it down to Dave Gow in the pits.
Okay, John Feehall Historic Touring Cars. Bit of a depleted field for this one, and
it's about halved, I think.
Yeah. Well, made the major withdrawal. No Kane Lawson in the Holden Commodore VP, and probably understandable with the amount of power required in that car to kind of power around the track. Plus wheel spin, plus maybe no wet tyres there. So it is Greg Murphy and Kane Scott that will lead us to the green flag. So that could be a bit of an interesting scrap if Kane's willing to push the limits. As Nathan made a good point earlier, he hasn't raced it that much, so
no,
you don't know.
I wouldn't expect too much, really. All I can say, what he has achieved this weekend, he should be pretty proud of himself. I felt yesterday, particular in those 2 races with Greg Murphy, you know, I mean, that was good driving. I felt from him.
Well, you're spot on. Lights are out, and the final race of the John Feehall Historic Touring Cars is away.
The Primera gets the nod.
Yeah, Kane Scott powers down into Abbott Insurance turn number 1 alongside Greg Murphy. Murphy up the inside, Scott round the top side.
Yeah.
And it is Murphy, understandably, who gets the better advantage on the inside, but Kane Scott, he's done a bit of a switcheroo manoeuvre and he's gone up the inside. So tactical games there from Kane Scott, and he'll take the lead over early. A couple of us spoke to Murph down at the pit lane. He said there was a bit of an engine issue. There was down on power in that car, and then that incident with Graham Cameron in that 3rd race definitely didn't help either.
Well, if anyone can give it to Murph right now, it is Kane Scott.
Yeah.
Not quite the same experienced as Murph, but still a very experienced campaigner.
Yeah, very well known here in New Zealand, Kane Scott, and
New Zealand V8 series, the sports sedans. Yeah, no, he's been around for quite a bit.
It was only 2 years ago he ran that Peanut Slab.
Yeah, the Sierra Peanut Slab Sierra, yes.
He obviously had a scope off, let's say, last year, and come back this year in the Primera, which is good to see, and just really adds to what is a star-studded lineup of cars and drivers.
Steve Kelly in 3rd spot there, local man Steve Kelly.
Yeah, car 1, the BMW 320i E36 Super Tourer. Well, down the straight, it is Kane Scott pulling a huge gap over Greg Murphy right now.
Certainly, the Primera can certainly mumbo, can't it?
Oh, yeah.
They don't look like that fast cars, do they? But they were pretty successful in the British Touring Car Championship.
Yeah, well, tell you what, Lindsay, we may have...
In fact, they were pretty successful in our Touring Car Championship in the...
Yeah, because we've had many variations of Touring Car Championships here in New Zealand.
There was a period there that the Primeras, that it was the Kiwi racing of Angus Fogg was driving 1 and Jason Richards in the other.
That would make sense.
That'd be right, wouldn't it? Yeah.
Yep. I'll tell you what, Lindsay, we may have... what would be the jelly bean for a reverse black jelly bean, where we've positively helped someone out? We said Kane Scott may not be up to the level of Murph, and he's storming away with the dominant lead right now.
Oh, no, I would never have said that about Kane Scott being up to the level of Murph.
Wow. In terms of the overall pace, just getting adjusted to the car.
No, I wouldn't. No, I don't think so. I just think overall experience that Murph's had the...
Well, in that car,
Well, anything, really.
Well, you're starting to catch up to Kane Scott as I say that, so all 3 of them.
He'll be pretty determined, and sitting in the group there is in the back there in 5th spot is Alan Dippy in the Rover, which is a Walkinshaw Rover from the Group A days in the middle 80s, and that was built for the European Touring Car Championship, that car.
Yeah.
I understand it was a spare car from the Walkinshaw team for that campaign. Now the big gap back to the rest of them.
Big gap from Alan Dippy down to Robert McCallum.
Yeah, in that Sierra.
17 seconds. 12 seconds between Dippy and McCallum, 17 between McCallum and Scott. I'll tell you what, Lindsay, we could be on for a full-way scrap for this win here. Kane Scott, Bruce Miles, Greg Murphy, and Steve Kelly.
I think it's all go, isn't it?
Yeah.
All right. You're quite right.
Well, Kane Scott out of Hamilton, Bruce Miles out of Christchurch, Greg Murphy, of course.
And then there's a group with there, McCallum, and then there's the Lindsay O'Donnell Volvo. That
regular scope car, that one?
Yeah, well, that car goes back to the British touring cars as well. And it was raced by Kevin Burt. And then Jim Richards drove it in the Australian Super Tours. And Craig Beard has driven that car too, I understand.
Oh, yeah. Well, Kane Scott started to pull a bit of a gap now again.
In fact, sorry, I think Craig Beard was in a podium in the Bathurst 12-hour once, and he was driving this car. Anyway, that's what it is for that car. I think a bit higher than that, really. It's quite a quick car.
The Volvo?
Yeah.
Well, Kane Scott just sets a new fastest lap of this race at 140.475. He's closely followed by Bruce Miles at 140.490. We've got one looped it around. That's Robert McCallum down on the kind of straight between Parks and the CMG sweeper. McCallum's looped it, and that drops him all the way down to what looks to be a 10th spot. Trevor Crowe just going through, car 31, the BMW 635i, JPS E24, a bit of a mouthful, that one.
It's a car that was built by Frank Gardner in Australia. It's a Group A car, and Neville Crichton got fourth at Bathurst in that, and that's 85, and then Trevor was brought here, and Trevor campaigned in the New Zealand touring cars and the Betts and Hedge touring cars here, which he won. He won that series in that car.
Of course, Trevor, one of the most known names here in Christchurch in terms of motorsport. Lots of rally pedigree, race pedigree.
Certainly is.
Oh dear, Bruce Miles has gone around at Parks. Well, that just opens everything up for Kane Scott now.
That's right. It's a game, set, match, I think.
Yeah, if that doesn't pretty much give you the win on one, I don't know what will. Just pretty much block the track
Called a
there.
racing incident, and that's the way it goes, eh?
Yeah. Pretty much block the track there for Murph and Kelly. So gap back from Kane Scott down to Steve Kelly, 5.2 seconds. So that's pretty difficult to negotiate up when you're lapping around the same pace. And Kane Scott's still going even faster out there, 139.711. So track conditions starting to get a little better right now with the sun starting to poke its head out. The rain has stopped. So I would say track has now moved to damp.
Yeah, at best.
Yeah.
Yes, if you're watching on the on your television and computer screens, that's really that's giving you a better indication of the track's condition than what we're actually seeing here. It's certainly drying, and it's certainly drying all right out there, but it's still wet on the corners of the track.
Yeah, and that's the tricky thing is you kind of it's when it's kind of 50-50 like that, Lindsay, it's hard to judge your braking markers. Because the corner's going to be naturally more slick and a little bit less grip with the wet conditions or damp conditions through the corners. But when the straights are starting to dry up, you're kind of going to naturally send it in a little later, and that kind of is where the mistakes start to creep in. You expect a bit of grip in the corner when it's actually a lot wetter. So,
the car 25, the Matt O'Donnell 318, just seen that before on the screen, and here that car, the 96 318, that was out of Italy. It ran in the Italian Touring Car Championship in 1993, but it's a car that's you can remember that there was an incident where Tony Longhurst and Paul Morris had finished, and they were going back to the pits, and they pulled up close to each other, and Longhurst reached out the window of the car and whacked Paul Morris. I do remember seeing that, but that was the car 25 that he was driving.
Well, the more you know.
Now, that's from the useless information department. But I challenge. Yes, I'm sure that's not for the first race of the weekend, because I challenged you for the rest of the weekend to find something as exciting as that.
Yeah, that's true. That would have been pretty tricky to find, to be honest. It is Greg Murphy now setting the times out there. Kane Scott he's made a little mistake out there somewhere, because he's dropped 5 seconds. 0.3 of a second between Scott and Kelly. Look at that.
Well,
Murphy's up to second.
Look at it now.
Here we go. So I don't know what's happened. Kane Scott might have dropped the rear end somewhere. That's brought Murph into it, and apparently we're on the last lap, but there's no last lap board, so I don't really know what's going on again.
So Murph's right back in the play, and here we go again with Murph shadowing the leader, and he'll be looking either side and doing everything he can.
Well, it's not the last lap here, because we're still racing. There's no checkered flag waving, and it is Kane Scott still the leader right now over Greg Murphy and Steve Kelly. So we actually don't know how many laps this is. I'm going to guess it's the scheduled 10 laps, Lindsay.
Yeah, so they're doing, this is their 7th now, isn't it?
Yes, this is their 6th lap. They've just started lap 6. Well, this is their 7th lap, I should say. They've done 6, yeah.
So it'll be 8 laps, won't it?
It'll be 8 or 10 laps, one or the other. We'll have to find out and see what the call is from race control. But
don't be silly. They won't tell us. What, the proverbial mushroom in here?
Well, that's what it's been like for the past couple of seasons now, isn't it?
We better not go there.
4 laps to go. There we go. So they have gone for 10 laps.
Gone for 10. Right, that's good to know.
Well, it is Kane Scott still just holding off Greg Murphy right now. They go down through Parks. Murph all over the back of Scott. Two, let's say, absolute warriors of New Zealand motorsport, duking it out for the lead of this, the John Hall Fairhall Historic Touring Cars race number 4. Down the straight one more time. 3 laps to go at the line here. Lap traffic going to come into play. And that is going to be David Beattie.
You called them warriors in New Zealand motorsport.
Yes.
I preferred the word crusaders in New Zealand motorsport.
Well, either works.
No, the warriors one doesn't work very much.
Oh, true. True. Now I see what you're getting at.
I won't get Hayden going on the league team. He has definite opinions.
We won't even get Dave Gow on the league teams with all the Australian biased commentators.
Oh no, he doesn't follow that, I don't think.
Battle for the lead still raging on. Murph all over the back of Scott. Scott, the new fastest lap, he's being put under real pressure. So he's starting to pump out some good laps. A 1:38.941 for Kane Scott, and Murph a 1:39.087. So the clash of the Titans, you might say.
Yeah, it is. Clash of the Titans. Very good, John. Yes.
The Nissan Primera versus the BMW 320i.
It's a good drive from Steve Kelly and third spot too. He's kept that. Hello, Murph's having a look as they go through the S's there. We look there. He won't do it here. Here we go. He might have a look on as they go into the sweeper. Will he? Not really close enough.
Well, last lap board going to come out here.
Righto. Here we go. It's all on now for young and old between Murph and Kane Scott.
So a little bit of confusion with the laps, Lindsay. It's been a bit of a commentary this weekend. But
the weather has disrupted things.
It has,
bit
yeah.
The last while. Right, here we go now. Can Murph do this?
Here he goes through the link corner. He closes up. Now down into Euromarque, then through the set of tricky corners and then into Parks is where he's going to have the advantage.
Any campaigner of less skill than what Kane's got, I'd say Murph would, but I'm not sure here. This is going to be a brutal fight, actually.
Well, yeah, we could have a fight to the line.
Yeah.
Greg Murphy looking around the outside. Then down through into the carousel.
That pressure's really on.
Yep. Here he goes, round the top side, trying to find a better run on the exit. Yeah, he's got it. Here he comes around the outside of Kane Scott.
No.
No.
Inside running Kane has got.
Now through Parks. Murph.
Be pretty hard on this corner. This is a hard, difficult corner there.
Yeah,
right
he looks
now on the run down to the sweeper.
Scott seems to have the drive on the exit.
Yes, he has on the Primera. He
Murph looked to the
drive
inside.
out of here. Now Murph's chances now, is Murph going, or a good line from Kane Scott.
Here he comes, Murph up the inside.
Right, it's going to be a drag race to the end now.
Murph's got him for now. No, it's Scott.
Here we
it's
go.
Scott.
Oh, look at this, look at this, look at this.
To the line. Kane Scott gets it.
Half a car length
Yeah,
folks. Half a car length.
500th of a second.
Yeah, well done, guys. And a good drive from Steve Kelly in the BMW E36 for third.
Alan Dippy in the Rover Vitesse will come home fourth, I believe.
Lindsay O'Donnell in the Volvo is 40.
Then Matt O'Donnell, Robert McCallum, Bruce Miles, Austin McKinley.
Austin McKinley in the top 10, you beauty.
Changed cars last minute.
He'll dine on this for the rest of the year there. He got in the top 10. Very good, guys. That's the... Oh my goodness me. That was close there. Well done, guys. Very well done. So that will bring us to our final race of the day. No, John Osborne Saloons and Pat Hill, former Libre. We'll go down to David Gower in the pits. And I suggest we'll be seeing Keith Cowan for the Motor Racing Club present the Bert Hawthorne Cup to Kevin Ingram.
Fly with caution.
All right, good afternoon everybody and welcome to the prize giving, a very special prize giving, and one that a very good friend of mine, young Keith Cowan, is going to make a presentation, a very important presentation to the Kevin Ingram.
Well,
you do this, I'll hold this.
You hold that?
I'll hold this.
Congratulations, Kevin, well done. I wouldn't have been out there in all that weather, but I guess you've had a good bath.
The weather was all right, it was just a bit slippery underfoot. That's
Yeah. Well, this is the Bert Hawthorne Trophy. It was given to us by the family from not too long ago, but it was given to the Motor Racing Club, which is part of the Canterbury Car Club now, and the Motor Racing Club used to run the old Wigram meeting, so there's a bit of history to this, so well done.
At Wigram, believe it or not. So, no, I think it's a great honour to win this, and I see there's some famous names on here.
Yes, there are.
There's a couple there. Yes, it's a great honour to win it, and I think I was a little bit lucky there, eh?
Well done.
Lucky that it rained.
Yeah, well done.
Thank you very much.
Kevin, just tell us a little bit how slippery was it?
Well, you had to be careful.
You had to be careful?
Yeah, well, the trouble is you've got to go a higher gear and just rest your foot on the throttle until you're going straight.
Okay.
That's what Kenny Smith told me.
Well, Kenny Smith would know. Thank you very much indeed. Can we give him a hand, please, boys and girls?
John Osborne Saloons, last race of the weekend for them. Robert Robertson on the front row. Steve Galbraith in the Porsche 996 on the first of the handicap starts. The Paul Carter is the next one there in the Mitsubishi Starion. He is on the next grid with the vacant beside him, and then we've got a couple of BMWs there.
I hope they all know how many red lights to wait for. Oh no, there's just two red lights.
They're all, that's it.
I'm not convinced that Neville Stoll should be off the same handicap as those guys, but sure.
No, because
no,
there's more
I
red
reckon
lights.
I would suggest that Neville Stoll should be off the last handicap, and that maybe he might end up with a time penalty. But that's okay. It's near the end of the day. Everyone's getting tired, and people make mistakes.
To be fair, the track's dried up pretty well now, hasn't it?
It has, hasn't it? It was just, yeah, let's run the 5,000s back and see how we get on.
Because I reckon we'd have a good race there.
Well, that's right.
I mean, hey, that was a great race, wasn't it?
It was excellent. It was excellent. Considering the conditions, the weather has been a shame. We've had a couple of 6-car grids at the end of the day, which are never ideal. Hopefully the Formula Libre guys are still hanging around, and we'll get a few of them out on the track for the final race of the weekend. But overall, I think we can talk about this weekend being a very successful weekend. The crowd numbers have been amazing. The racing on track has been hard but fair, and everyone around the world has been able to watch it on the stream. So I think tick tick tick. It's another successful outing for the Canterbury Car Club, who continue to go from strength to strength.
Yeah, well said, Hayden. And we're just the lucky guys up here that get to talk about it and yeah, let everybody know about everything that's happening. And for those that can't be here for it or down in the pits, so we are the voice that you hear. And yeah, it's been a fantastic weekend. Shame not to be here for yesterday's events, but stoked to be involved yet again and get to see the brilliant racing on display. And the SKOPE Classic always provides, whether it's 10 cars, whether it's 25 cars.
Yes,
we've seen plenty of action,
or 5 cars as we're down to now. It looks like we've lost Stephen Galbraith in the 996. Who definitely took the start.
Yeah, no, I did see him pull into pit lane.
He's gone into pit lane. So Robert Robertson leads the pack all by himself with Never Stowell in the Skyline GTR hot pursuit. Jim Wallace. I see Jim Wallace is now listed as being from Christchurch. Jim Wallace used to be Queensland, correct, Lindsay? Jim Wallace was Queensland, correct? He's now residing back in Christchurch. He's put Christchurch on his entry form, but he was one of the consistent visitors from Australia. Always good to see Jim over here. It's a nice lap from Jim too, 136.7. So he's keeping Neville honest. David Banks in the M5, and then Paul Carter in the Starion. Always a pleasure to see that Starion out here. That car has so much history around this track. The 2-hour enduros as they first were in the 1990s, with the Mitsubishi Starion being successful at the hands of the Carter brothers.
You got Robert Ralston out there in the Nissan Bluebird, and that sort of harks back to the days of the Bluebird racing, certainly in the Australian Touring Car Championship back in the day.
Yep, yeah, the precursor to the Skylines, but not the GTR Skylines. The Nissan Bluebird, the Nissan
31s.
That's right.
The DR30s.
Yes. Yes, the Skylines run by the likes of George Fury back in the Australian Touring Car Championship in 83, 84, and then I think they switched over to the Skylines, and I'm trying to remember the other driver that was alongside Fury in the sponsored car that we're not allowed to mention the sponsor of anymore. Might rhyme with Jeter Paxson. But, I can vividly remember the bright blue and white Skylines competing in the Aussie Touring Car Championship.
Neville Stoll's closing up here on Robert Ralston.
Yes, yeah, he's improved his lap time sufficiently and put a little bit of a gap on Jim Wallace. David Banks just putting in a fast sector as well. So this, the track will evolve. We're at the end of the day now, so you generally expect it to be cooling, but it is drying as well. Stoll with a nice move to take the lead away from Robert Ralston. Stoll's going to be hard to catch from here, especially given that car is probably one of the best cars here today in changeable conditions.
Yes,
it is. a ridiculously versatile car with an immense amount of horsepower.
And Neville's campaigned that car for
Yes,
quite a long time.
He knows how to drive it, doesn't he?
Last lap brought out, so we have dropped some laps here for our John Osborne Saloons. We were scheduled to go to 6 laps. We're on.
That's right, we're in overtime.
Lap number 5. So we are going to go the distance.
Lucky we get to building for our overtime, Nathan.
Yes, absolutely.
The giant killing GTR Skyline, again another fixture of Australian motorsport.
Yeah, well, of course, also can't forget the Calsonic Nissan Skyline GTR that ran in the Japanese championship.
Yeah, we didn't see too many M5s in Australia. The M5s were more in the German and European touring car championships. The Australians, of course, had the M3s. They had the 320s and then the 325 Super Tourers that ran, but not so much the M5s. But the M5s, we've seen a number of them out here over the years, and they're a very, very capable car, very, very quick in the right hands.
Yeah, for sure. So checker flag coming out. Neville Stoll. He will claim the honours.
Nice and comfortable for Neville. Jim Wallace will bring the M5 home in second. We've got a form finish for third. It looks like David Banks will slot him behind Robert Ralston, who will take the last podium spot. And Paul Carter and the Starian will round out our field. One to go.
Yeah.
One to go. A quick mention. Thank you, Nathan, for your time this weekend or today, mate. It's been really good to catch up again.
Yes, definitely. Nice to get out of the house and come and sit up here and do what I love to do. So, no, that's.
As you say, mate, it's the best view. It's the best view in the house. And when you get an invite to come up here, then yeah, it's hard to turn down. But no, thank you on behalf of Lindsay and the commentary team for your time again this weekend, and look forward to catching up with you again next time, mate.
Absolutely, same to you, mate. Got one more to go, the Hall Formula Libre, so I'll leave it with you and Lindsay to round it out. But I think we're going to head back down to Dave Gow, and they've got another trophy presentation standing by.
Well, another very important trophy is about to be presented by His Worship the Mayor, and this is a trophy, the Stan Redmond Trophy, that was presented by the European race drivers in Europe, and it is presented to the driver here who shows if you like, the entire spirit that the SKOPE Classic is all about, that motor racing in New Zealand is all about, and His Worship the Mayor would like to present that trophy. So the driver who has won it, Mr. Roberts. A very hearty congratulations, very well deserved.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, have you got a couple of words?
Yes, I have. I understand, Tony, that you thought in this last race you were driving a helicopter instead of a car. You spent most of the time going round in circles.
If I hadn't spun, I'd have won. So I wanted to give everyone else a fair chance.
Fair enough, too.
Yeah.
And this trophy is very dear to my heart because we all had a lot of time for Stan, and you are certainly a worthy recipient. So congratulations, mate.
Thank you.
Good on you.
Yeah, cool.
Thank you very much indeed.
Classic, which has been another beauty. And yeah, the weather did play its part up until about a couple of hours ago, but hey, it's been worse. So Formula Libre, and at least a few of these guys haven't been sissies.
No,
that's a bit rough.
Yeah, exactly.
But
They've got a nicely drying track.
They have
which
got
is
a nicely
great.
drying track.
And
Drying
track, exactly. And one of the things we have noticed is that a lot of the out-of-town drivers have come back out again because they get the track time, which is fantastic.
Getting their money's worth, and good on them for doing so.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah. So we have.
So we should have the FF2000s on the front of the grid. There's one of them coming in. That's 86 coming in, which is Matt Butchard, and then there's a gap.
And there's
Henry Thomas
Kircher. He'll be a hard man to beat, I'll say.
Yes, with the exception of the FF2000. Then
Yeah, but he we'll see. Yes, you're right.
Yep.
And Matt Butchard, he's had a record. He recorded the win this morning. He'd be hard. He could be a hard man to beat, all right.
Hamish Carpenter and the ex-Andy McElroy Van Diemen.
Ex-Andy McElroy.
He's bogged down, so we could have a race on our hands here. They go 5 wide down the straight into Abbott for the first time, and Henry Thomas Kircher takes the early lead. Looks like Matt Butchard will slot into second. So they go through Link. Won't take long for the FF2000 to helps when you've got a little bit of extra engine power.
Oh, there he goes now.
And straight into the lead.
Never really seen. I know what you say is correct about the FF2000s, that they should have an advantage over the Formula Fords, the standard Formula Fords that we know. But I've never really seen them, the ones here, really clean them up that much, have we?
No. And correct me if I'm wrong, but we never had the FF2000s as a category.
No, it was just English.
The ones that we've had here are more collector items or niche examples, and the nature of Formula Ford or Formula racing in New Zealand is such that the cars that are out here, and the Andy McElroy car is a prime example, those cars were tuned to within an inch of their life and driven by some of the best up-and-coming drivers in New Zealand, to the point where they would be competitive against an FF2000, which potentially haven't had the same level of driver or the same level of tuning, the same level of competition. That's my theory anyway.
No, it's a good theory. A few of the sports cars are out there, the 2-litre sports cars that we had in the late 60s are out there. Good on them for hanging around.
Is that a Dulon up behind Carpenter in 5th place? Noel Woodford in a Dulon MP15.
Yeah.
It's not a common.
No, it's not.
Mark for New Zealand Formula racing.
I don't really recall just looking here down the Dulon.
Yeah. He's right there behind Hamish Carpenter going through the second S. Done in the Manatee Formula Subaru,
which is
up there.
Yeah.
It's the Dulon.
Which was the Japanese they're the Japanese equivalent of Formula Ford.
Just with Subaru engines.
I don't know what sort of Subaru engine it is.
True.
I know the capacity is the same as the Kent 1500 Formula Ford engine.
Not too many Subarus.
Two of them, I think.
Yeah.
You're right.
But
and
a
they've
production Subaru engine at 1500 cc.
Maybe they're 1600.
Could be.
Yeah. That would make more sense, wouldn't it?
Yep. But as we've discussed over the weekend, it's so nice to see such a wide range of cars and drivers from all around the world, different levels of experience. For some guys out there, this is their only race meeting of the year.
Yeah, you know, I've just been throughout the weekend and seeing the number in the field. You know, we had 230 odd, and you know, we've heard that the economy is not good, and yeah, I thought the entry would be down a bit, really. I mean, after all, it is disposable income that funds it.
Yep.
But it doesn't seem so. I mean, there was 40 from North Island came down for the meeting.
Yes. Yeah, and that's an impressive thing because, as you say, motor racing is a discretionary hobby. It can occupy quite a lot of money.
Yeah.
Sometimes it doesn't have to. It can just be dusting the cover off the car.
But as you say, like at this meeting, a lot of these guys, it's only the once-a-year meeting.
That's right. You pay your entry fee, you change the oil,
yes, and quite a few
and drive it out again.
Quite a few go south to Timaru next weekend, and those who've come from up north will certainly do so because they make it worthwhile, and even perhaps go on to Teratoma the week after that.
Yes. But it's always interesting, isn't it, with the two New Zealand racing schedules that almost compete with one another.
Yeah.
You've got a classic schedule that seems to be thriving, and meanwhile you've got a national register that's happening down the road.
Well, it's a long way away.
It is a long
to be
way
fair,
away, but yeah, you have a national register with a New Zealand Grand Prix title on the line.
That's
next weekend. Yeah. But that will go head to head.
Well, that's true. That'll go
head
head to head. And I've got to be honest with you. If I had a preference, if I had to make a decision, I know where I'd be going.
I know where you'd be going.
And it wouldn't be to the Grand Prix, unfortunately. And I'm very sad to say that because it hasn't got anything around it that really appeals to me.
The Grand Prix itself, and I love watching the Formula Toyotas, the Tatuses. I think they provide a really good race. But
they've got their reservations, I believe, as racing cars because of their aero, which doesn't help the racing. But
Formula One has the same challenge.
Yeah, well, it does. It does.
So, yeah. It's not unique to the FT50s.
But the support classes at the national meetings, I'm not sure what the answer is. I'm sure they're searching to find good answers to the championship structure. And for the sake of everyone, it's got to happen.
Yeah, yes it does. And not only do we have these two competing schedules that are going on, then we've also got the Australian visitors that come over and they race with a completely different schedule as well.
They do.
With different support categories that don't match with either. So but this is the history of New Zealand motorsport. One hand not talking to the other, one hand trying to one party trying to dominate the other. And it's certainly refreshing to continue to see the camaraderie and the cooperation that goes on at these classic meetings. So we are on the final lap of the final race for the Patois Formula Libre. Matt Butchard in the FF2000 will round the CMG motorcycle sweeper for the final time, and he will take the triple checker flag to record another race win for the weekend.
He had a good weekend, Matt Butchard.
Yes, he has. Second will be Henry Thomas Kircher in the Van Diemen.
Yeah, so that's it, folks, and we look forward to seeing you here on the 22nd and 23rd of March, which is a weekend with some difference. Not quite the cars to today. We've got the Pro 8s, the Mini 7s, the Pre-65, Oscar 2K Cup, SS Cup, MX5 Heritage Cup, and New Zealand Super Truck Championship.
No drift.
No drift.
Cars this time?
No, they're not. No.
Not invited.
I would just like to thank everyone involved, all the volunteers out here, as we're so grateful for them. I'd like to thank my crew especially, big man Davey Gow, who's come back from Australia almost especially, but no, he's living here again now. You Hayden for coming off the bench, as I say. For young Josh, the apprentice, yep, he's getting his stripes pretty quickly. And Nathan Clive, thank you guys for your effort. And we do look forward to see you back here at the Euromarque at Rapuna Park, and yeah. Does Davey Gow want us? No, he's finished. I think he's finished. They're finished. No gestures. They want to talk again.
They possibly want to wrap up. So we're done here.
Well, we're done here. So as far as scope purposes go, well, let's hope 12 months' time it's all go again. And watch, as what Mark Weddell said, watch the news the next couple of weeks about the possibility of.
Exciting times.
Well, indeed. All right, take you, Aidan.
Thank you.
So that's a wrap here from us down in the pits, and thanks to everyone on the live stream who've watched us all weekend. It's been a marathon for us as well, but it's been an amazing weekend. David, I mean, thanks for coming on board and coming on camera for us. It's been fun having you on the live stream.
Thank you very much indeed. I'll tell you what, I've thoroughly enjoyed it. It's great to be back in New Zealand, and it's even greater to be out here at the Euromarque Motor Park and watching and seeing what we've seen over the last few days. Just incredible racing, the camaraderie of everybody around the place, that, you know, they're all helping each other out, which is what this motorsport is all about. And just I'll just add my thanks as well to all the flag marshals, the girls who feed us, everybody around the place. It's been fantastic, and I've really enjoyed it and look forward to coming back next year.
Awesome, and a final thanks to all the camera guys and the crew, and also to Mark Wetterall, who's the guy that got us to come down and do this live stream. I think this is our third year, and hopefully they'll have us back next time. I think we're making it better every time.
Absolutely. Look forward to it. Thanks very much indeed, everybody.
Choice, that's a wrap, and cut the live stream.